Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. So we're just back. Sorry guys about the disconnect. We're trying to get you live cameras from Ukraine, Kiev specifically, of what is happening on the ground. We have live footage for you up until about 15 minutes ago. We got disconnected. A bit of a glitch on the computer there, but we're getting everything rolling up again. I'm going to get you the cameras on the other cameras as well. They give you a better view of the city. But as we mentioned earlier on in the day, lots of fights ongoing right now on the edge of Kiev. Kiev is the battleground for what is happening right now in Ukraine and the invasion by Russian forces trying to capture the capital of Ukraine. It's been a big throughout the night. We had a pipeline that was bombed by Russian forces, but fortunately for Ukrainian forces, the Russian forces were not able to enter the capital. So there was also reports of some military aid received from neighboring country to Ukraine. Some images and videos ongoing in there. Gary Tucker, hi Gary. Chuck Danger says, I guess we're back. Yes, we are back. Like I promised before, and I said we're going to try and keep these live images on for you guys for as long as we possibly can. That is our part in this, and in helping out as media and through social media. We're going to try and give you guys with the latest updates on what's happening in live footage of what is going on in Ukraine. Your part is clicking that like button and making sure you share this stream and this video and what is going on in Ukraine with all your friends first, obviously, and family, and then we're on your Twitters and Facebook. So make sure you do your part and share the stream on social media. Channel Dong Fong Feng says, believe me, you will be destroyed, China with Russia. I don't know what that really means, but yes. So guys, like I said, if you've not yet clicked that like button, please do so. It helps us out, really helps this channel, really helps with you, and really helps do your part. Right, do your part. Again, you're seeing live images right now from Ukraine, Kiev, and you can hear live audio as well from Kiev. So Tucker's waving hand. Thanks, Tucker, for the waving hand. So guys, the latest what has happened last night in Kiev. Thankfully, as you can see in the images, Kiev is still under the control of the Ukrainian army and Ukrainian forces. No advancement into the city center by Russian forces. Now, Russian media has been relaying that they have advanced, but we can confirm for you guys. As you can see, there was a lot of Russian air presence throughout the night in the capital, Kiev. There were sirens that went off throughout the capital, but we also heard some presence, it seems like, from the Ukrainian Air Force as well. So it's still a big battle right now for the capital of Ukraine, for Kiev. Chuck Dangler says, you guys are doing great. Don't burn yourself out. We will try not to burn ourselves out. We're doing our best, but our job is and our duty is to deliver the message to you guys and keep you guys updated with the latest that is happening in Ukraine and Kiev. And we ask that you do your part in sharing this live stream and clicking to sure you click that like button as well. You share it on with your friends and family on your Twitters and Facebooks, and we really appreciate it. You can see right now the time is 8:05 approximately in Ukraine, and the actual curfew that was imposed on Ukraine. On Ukrainians under the martial law was from 5 p.m. to 8 in the morning. So the curfew right now has been lifted. You can see there's not much of a presence in the capital, and that is because of the ongoing fights and fears. Most people are in their shelters right now, concerned about possible rocket fire from Russian into the capital. There was a building that was hit yesterday. Unfortunately, a child was killed as well. So there's a lot of fear right now on the streets. Sheen says, if you buy me a ticket, I'll volunteer to fight by your side. M1A1 Tanker USA. Alan says Q. Q you too. So, guys, you're seeing live images from Ukraine right now and from the capital, Kiev in Ukraine. We're trying to give you the latest update of what is happening on the ground. If you've not yet clicked that like button, go ahead and move your mouse towards that like button. That's the least we can do and try and spread the message about what is happening on the ground in Ukraine right now. John says, would suck if the Russians pulled back so they could nuke Kiev. I am sure if Russia was to do something like that, you would have huge global repercussions. I'm sure that the world would not stay quiet if that were to happen. Let's hope that never happens.
Yeah, and we are starting to hear, a bit more warplanes start to come into place. Just some audio in the background that we're noticing.
So, guys, if you have not heard, there was a pipeline that was bombed yesterday night. Lots of gunfire yesterday. All night there was gunfire and explosions. They seemed like artillery fire, so that is what we observed throughout the night. And there were a couple times where the sirens went out, and looks like lots of airplanes in the airspace over Kiev. There was an unconfirmed report of many observers reporting that a Russian plane was shot down. It's not confirmed. All right, and for those of you that are joining right now, please, we're going to try and stream for as long as possible to give you guys the latest image on what is happening in the ground in Kiev. As you can see and hear for yourself, we're doing our part. Make sure you do your part by clicking that like button and by sharing this video, first of all, with your friends and family, and then on your Twitters and Facebooks, and we appreciate that. Fenriri Gaming says, hello from Kentucky, USA. Hello, Kentucky. Foundation News says, Russia is being careful to not damage infrastructure. Sam says, any fighter jets over Kiev? Yes, lots of fighter jets over Kiev can be heard, and there was sirens going off all night. Now, usually the sirens make a signal that there's Russian flights, so that's how Russian airplanes. Now, there was a lot of airplanes throughout, but there wasn't sirens all the time. So our assumption is that some of those planes were Ukrainian fighter jets. So that is our luck. Outlaw says, KY here, Ohio here. Hello, Outlaw. Hello, Ohio. Sheen says, yeah, I saw those apartments being blown up with missiles. Yes, there was an apartment blown up yesterday with a Russian missile. Dent says, come on, Russia, come on, you can. Mr. Smith says, why USA not there? So the USA has promised to send military aid in the form of equipment to Ukraine. Now, Ukraine at night received some supplies and some military supplies, but they were not from Ukraine. I believe they were, US. They were from Lufthansa, I believe is the country. It's a neighboring country to Ukraine.
So we just have some real big breaking news. Russian troops enter Kharkiv. And this is quoted by Ukrainian officials. It is confirmed. Russian troop vehicles were seen on the streets, and this was
Kiryat, where did they enter?
Not the capital. No, it's one nearby.
Kharkiv. So it's one of the nearby. Kharkiv is also a very important city. You're looking at major cities that the Russian forces are trying to enter. Obviously, the most important city right now is not Kharkiv. It's Kiev. And Kiev is the capital, and that is where the president, President Vladimir Putin of Russia, is targeting specifically.
Yeah, and just to get you guys to understand where we're talking about, this was the same place that we had the oil tanker, the oil terminal hit, the gas pipes that were hit.
Kharkiv, yeah,
the
that's right.
Building.
That's right. So Gary Tucker sounds like a war of nutrition. Chuck Dangler says, any Bernie Sanders supporters? I'm feeling a bit isolated here. I don't know, man. Bernie Sanders' time seems like has passed. Sheehan Harrison says, you guys got underground tunnels so fast, I know you won't give up. Make them pay for every inch of ground. Der says, do you think Russia will use atomic weapon. So the nuclear bomb, I don't think so, to be honest with you. I think they're too close, and Russia wants to change leadership, it sounds like, and not destroy Ukraine as far as things are looking on the ground. XD says, did Russia pull back after heavy losses? No pullback from Russia, but they're holding positions. But it sounds like up to this point, they're not able to advance on the capital, Kiev. On the capital. Now, they have advanced on other cities. David, president, or does he prefer Tsar? Tsar. So Mr. Smith says, USA need to get there now and stop being so afraid of a bear. Thank you guys for being in the stream. We're streaming live from Ukraine, and you see a live image from Kiev and other cities as well. The time right now is 8:10. The curfew was lifted at 8 a.m., so you're seeing more people walking and moving out in the streets. We are doing our part in sharing the live image of what is happening right now in Ukraine. Do your part in clicking the like button and making sure you share your stream with your friends, family, those closest to you, on your Twitters, on your Facebooks. That is your part. We're doing our part to keep you updated with the latest news. That is what we can do as YouTubers and as live streamers. So we're doing our part. You do your part by sharing the stream and like I said, clicking the like button. If you want to support us personally and you want to support this stream, we're going to try to stream for as long as we can, as long as we have your support. There is an option to donate to us through the Super Chat. Is that gunfire we're hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Or flights?
Lots of fighter jets in the sky.
That's airplanes you can hear you. Dent says World War III, perhaps. As far as things sit right now, though, it is Ukraine and only Ukrainians fighting for their land. It doesn't seem like any other countries involved, in terms of forces on the ground. So I don't know about World War III just yet. Mr. Smith says, I believe USA, UK, France, Germany, and all the other strong countries unite can defeat Russia for good. That is possible. I don't think a lot of these countries want to suffer any losses, and then that's why they're not going to let it, they're not going to get involved militarily. Sheen says, I'll become a Ukrainian citizen. Sam says, what Ukrainian government will doing with the captured Russian soldiers? Who knows? It seemed like at the beginning, one of the soldiers seemed like he had received a bit of a beating from the Ukrainian army, but I don't know what they will actually end up doing with the Russian soldiers that are captured. Apparently, 2 Russian commanders were captured from a platoon that was struck by Ukrainian forces. Well, look at it this way. All of the captured Russian vehicles are clearly decrypted. Decrypt. So what is the Russia keeping back their good equipment for? It did seem that a lot of the equipment that was sent over to Ukraine was older equipment, military equipment. So, but to add to that, 50% of the Russian troops that were still waiting on the Russian side of the border up until yesterday night, they have advanced officially into Ukraine. So these vehicles, and if we're thinking all the equipment, they are not enough, obviously, that they needed to advance additional forces. So Mr. Smith says, we will not lose anything if they hit hard and fast. John Smith says, well, looking at it this way, Joshua, this only has better resolution with no commentary. This one has better resolution with no commentary. Whoop, I'm doing a commentary. So, Terry says, this is not USA war. We can help with weapons, though no boots on the ground. We have our own wars at our southern border. Biden is an idiot and was a stolen election president. Trump won. So this is what some of the people in some of the countries are saying. I know that they are saying that, this is not a war for them. This is a war for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and they're only there to support them with military equipment. But I don't know at which point you just leave the oppressor to oppress someone that's weaker than them. But every country has their own choice. John Simpson says, we're doing fine. Kevin says, where are you guys based? Mr. Smith, Terry, you are afraid. John Simpson says, don't listen to him. Daniel, did you hear of the 59 tanks lost on the Russian side? I did not hear about that. There were initial reports maybe a day ago that 30,000 Russian soldiers were killed, apparently in combat with Ukrainian forces. That I don't know how accurate it is. I really don't think that is accurate, to be honest. That was yesterday that they were saying that the 3,000 Russian soldiers. I just think if that was the case, then you would have more civilian casualties on the Ukrainian side, because I think Russian soldiers would probably go crazy if they had seen this much forces. David VPN says Chechen forces coming to end the Azov Ukraine propaganda. IRF Hand 88 says Ukraine will join NATO soon. Why do you think Biden recently stated I was on one war, a war or no? So Ukraine will not be joining NATO, according to the president of Ukraine. He said that we will remain a neutral status. They are a part of the United Nations, but they're not in NATO, and it doesn't look like they will. Johnson Simpson says, you are doing a great job, Crypto Geek. Well, thank you. I appreciate the comment and the kind words. You are doing a great job as well. And if you guys have not clicked that like button, you do a great job too by clicking that like button, and do your part by sharing the stream with your family, friends, on your Twitters and Facebooks. And if you want to donate to us and the stream, since we're streaming and giving you guys a great commentary, you can do that through the super chat, and we appreciate it very, very much. The Corvette Experience says World War III brewing. It sure is a war, but I don't think we're in World War III as of yet. It looks like right now it's just the Ukrainians really battling for their country, trying to save their country from the tyrant Russian force. Jeffrey says, where is the Russian troops at now? Do you know the deaths on both sides? So, as far as yesterday, Jeffrey, there were reports of about 60 civilian casualties on the Ukrainian side. I think the number was close to 400 total deaths on the Ukrainian side. The Ukrainian side reported that there were 3,000 Russian soldiers killed, but those reports were denied by the Russian side. They said there were no soldiers killed. So it's probably somewhere in between. And we don't know the casualties from what happened over the night. There was a lot of battles at night, lots of explosions and gunfire. So I assume there's some casualties. Then we won't find out. Russian forces normally bring media people with them. They didn't this time, so they wanted this to be a quick thing. Jeffrey says, oh, we said that. Scarecrow Murder House says, Putin expressed if any other country helped Ukraine, that would be the worst thing anyone has ever seen mentioned, the nuclear war indirectly. Now, see, British troops just arrived. So Britain is not going to get involved militarily. They've said that clearly. They said we will support with weaponry, and that's what the vast majority of the world is doing. It sounds like no one wants to get into a war with Russia, and they think Putin's crazy and he would do anything. So Zachary says, absolutely curious where you are based. You have to guess, Zachary. Terry says, why would I be afraid? This is not a war the U.S. needs to be a part of. Russia and Ukraine have been at war forever. So I just have to say that this view by Terry is not only his view. This is why the vast majority of the world, actually the entire world, is not involved in this war other than Ukraine. All of these countries are worried pretty much about themselves, about their own people, and they see this as a war for the Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in protecting their country. Earth Hand 88 says they will watch. Mr. Smith says, I miss Trump. He will have fought for sure. I don't know. I think people were saying that Trump was a better friend to Putin, and he would have probably talked to Putin and made him not go into this war. I don't know how accurate that is, but that is what people are saying. You guys are seeing live images right now from Ukraine, from Kiev. As you can see, the curfew has ended at 8 a.m. You're seeing a little bit more vehicles. There is a bit of quiet still because lots of bombs are expected, and there's a lot of gunfire, and we heard the sirens a little while ago. So people are still worried. Not many people are out on the streets. If you've not yet, click the like button. Do your part in clicking that like button. We appreciate it. Make sure you share the stream with your friends, family, and your Twitters and Facebooks. It means a lot to us, and it would really help the people of Ukraine in sharing their message and letting people know. If you want to support us by doing a super chat, that would be very nice of you as well. We're going to try and stream for as long as we can, and it means a lot of coffees and a lot of energy drinks, and those cost money. So if you can donate, we would appreciate it very much. Mr. Smith says, Theory, just hide under your bed, please. Shane says, stay safe, Ukrainians. Absolutely, stay safe, Ukrainians. Scar says, I believe World War III is upon us because we are going to help, and I think Putin is ready for this ride. I think Putin doesn't want a World War III. I think he's scared of a World War III. You can imagine the United States alone just yesterday announced 80,000 soldiers in European countries around Europe, and that is only the United States. That is, that's the United States part of the NATO. So imagine Canada and the rest of the countries. There's a big force around Russia. So a World War III would definitely be not a good thing for Russia. And if they can't take over Kiev in 1 or 2 days, I don't think they have a chance against the entire Europe and North America. So, Frank, do you think this will bring gas prices up? Absolutely, gas prices are going to go up. So a gas line was bombed, a gas tanker was bombed, and another gas station, not station, like a gas storage facility, I believe it was, that was bombed as well. So 3 gas targets, and Russia has threatened that they will raise gas prices. So I'm sure those were intentional targets. Emma says the US wouldn't invade Russia. The U.S. wouldn't invade Russia. I don't think anybody wants to invade Russia. I think the point by the U.S., threatening and NATO threatening is because they want Russia to back out. Daniel says, do you think this war will end in a week? I think this war it depends. I think if Russia has enough force and they actually capture Kiev in the next day or 2, yes, it will end in a week. I think they will go into Kiev and they will hunt down for the president of Ukraine. I think that is exactly what will happen. They're looking for the president. They will target the president, either capture him or probably kill the president of Ukraine, and then they will step away and put their own allies or whatever you want to call it, and enforce basically a new leadership in Ukraine under supposedly the Ukrainian people, but it'll be somebody representative or supportive of Russia that will become leader. I think that is the goal of President Putin of Russia. We'll see. If they can't capture Kiev, though, in the next day or 2, they're not gonna be able to capture Ukraine, and this is gonna be a very long and very bad war for Russia. We will see. Terry says, Mr. Smith is a bot. Do not respond to him. Mr. Smith says, Terry, please just sit tight and be a good guy. Guys, let's stop with the back and forth. We're grown-ups here. Mr. Smith says, go USA. Guys, if you've not clicked the like button, now is the time to do so. Scroll your mouse to that like button on the core side there. Make sure you click it and share the stream with your friends and family. And if you want to help us with a couple cups of coffee, a super chat is the great way to do so. You can donate some money through that to us and to the stream, and we would really appreciate it. We're going to be streaming for a long time. That means lots of energy drinks and lots of coffee. Okay, Reezy says, North Korea is a meat rider. I don't know what a meat rider is, to be honest with you, Mr. Reezy. Mr. Smith says, go UK. So Mr. Smith says, go USA, go UK, go Ukraine probably. Shane Harrison says, let's see 20K, 100 kiloton nukes. Everybody dies. Let's hope that is not the case.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith says, yes. Zachary says, I have to guess. Give us a bit of a hint. You have to guess, no hints. And it has to be a good guess because it's hard to get. TJ says, I also think Russia has sent in its best soldiers. I don't know. To be honest, the tanks looked old. The artillery looked old. I don't know. It did not seem like Russia actually sent their best soldiers. Or maybe their best soldiers. I'm sure you're not going to change soldiers, but they're not their best artillery, for sure. From the looks of it, I'm not a military specialist by any means, Did you guys hear that? That's planes. You guys can hear planes in the skies, right? Yeah, there's some planes in the skies, but no sirens. So hope is these are Ukrainian fighter jets. Yeah, you can hear them. See, hear that, guys? You guys hear those planes?
All right, just a quick thing here. So so Kiva, I forgot what it's,
Kiev,
Kiev,
Kiev, Kiev.
Kiev, yeah. Kiev's second in command says the capital is completely controlled by Ukrainian forces and that Russia has not succeeded in taking any part of the capital, Kiev, of Ukraine. So I guess that's a good sign for all the Ukrainians.
So, guys, this is a very bad sign for Russia. With all its force and all its might, not able to get into Kiev. And remember, enforcements have begun arriving. They've received some enforcements yesterday, believe it or not, from one of their neighboring countries, showing some ammunition. There was a video release of that. So this is very bad. Every single day that Russia is not in Kiev is a day that Russia is more likely to come out of this with a loss. All right, guys. So you are seeing some live images from Kiev right now and from Ukraine. And as you can see and you can hear, lots of action in the air, lots of planes flying back and forth.
Somebody said it's cars, which it doesn't sound like it.
So there is airplanes all over the sky. That is clear.
Yeah, there's most definitely planes. And we've been hearing them pretty much not just now, but all night we've been hearing planes. Even at some points hearing sirens that come along because it's a Russian plane.
So, Big Boss says USA would pound Russia so hard they would not exist. Probably. I mean, the military might of the United States is not something to play around with. Will, son of Oder, says Russia blew up a dam in Ukraine that was holding water to Crimea. So Crimea, apparently there's reports that it's been completely captured right now by Russian forces. These are the initial reports that Crimea has officially been captured. Sean Harrison says, Ukrainians have defended their land for longer than USSR existed. Scott says, thank you for the live stream. You can do this, Ukraine. We love you. Lazy Savior says they're not planes, they're the cars from the bottom left camera. The Corvette experience says India is scared to even look at Putin. India didn't want to vote even when asked multiple times. Dahrov says World War III starts and India wins. James, USA have more nukes than Russia. It doesn't take that many nukes, to be honest, to end the world. So you don't need to have 100 nukes. I mean, as long as you have a couple of good ones, you pretty much can destroy. You remember in the United States in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, 2 bombs, and that was the end of the battle with Japan. So you can have 1,000, but it really takes only a couple. Lady says... James, and they are more powerful nukes. Sam Blue says, interesting school bus design. I love how people pay attention to the specific details of everything that is passing by. Okay, Pamela says, here in Finland, the debate goes on to join NATO. So Finland they actually were called upon when they had the NATO meeting with the 20 members. They called on, Finland was part of the meeting, so it looks like they are trying to join now. Any country that's trying to join is probably having some concerns given what happened to Ukraine after they thought about joining. The Corvette experience says because they're best friends with Russia. I think he's talking about India because they're best friends with Russia. They need no vote. You guys hiding. Click in Orlos. It doesn't matter if it's 10 nukes or 100. That's more than enough to screw us all. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So Chad says, I'm so sick of war. Humans are sick of war. We're all tired. Yeah, I think Russia, it's not Russia, Europe has been war free since the 1960s, I believe. So this is the first, in a long time that we've had a serious war.
Okay, so we have two new crazy breaking news alerts. Russia claims to have besieged two big cities in Ukraine's south and southeast. And they also claim its troops had entirely besieged, so kind of like captured, the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson and the city of Berdyansk in the southeast as the Russian army pressed ahead with the invasion of the pro-Western country Ukraine.
So basically, again, Russian media claiming they are winning and they are very close to dominating Ukraine in that they are besieging all the major cities of Ukraine in their advance towards Kiev. Right now, but the thing is, they can say whatever they want, but the fact that it's taken 3 days and they thought this would be a walk in the park, 3 days to enter Kiev, is proving the weakness in the Russian military.
And just add on to that point, they haven't really went in and captured any of these big cities that they're talking about. They're besieging them, which means they kind of surround it, and nothing's allowed to go in, and nothing's allowed to go out.
Dukrov keeps saying Ukraine will lose and smiling. Andrea says, pure evil to take lives for one man's ego. Absolutely, absolutely. Pamela says, all the Russian TV channels here in Finland are dark now. Not sure if there's the Russian story or if it's Finland has backed them out. So, Pamela, now no, this is Finland. The reason is this is a global thing now. It's part of the sanctions that they have to sanction these media outlets, so they're not allowed to display them. That's part of the sanctions. Mimi says, Russia is a weak chick. There's a picture of a chick. Bob Roth said, Western media said that.
But
Mr. Smith says Ukraine will not lose. Sam Blue says no one thought this was going to be easy. What are you talking about? No, I'm talking about Russia. Russia thought this would be a cakewalk going into Kiev because they thought Kiev would be the rest of their remaining cities. Remember, within 2 days they were at the doorsteps of Kiev, so they thought their entering Kiev would be just like that, and that was not the case, obviously. As you can clearly
and we even seen this through American intelligence saying that Russia predicted something that was completely off, and the Ukrainian forces really put up a higher resistance than even Russia had expected it to, and even the United States had expected. This is Western propaganda.
So the goal of Putin, as far as what is said by Russian media, is not to occupy Ukraine. Their target was to go into Kiev, change the leadership, and then step away. But it's a lot harder, seems like, than they had predicted. So U.S. intelligence wants to sell oil and gas, is what Bob Robb says. Gary Tucker says the Iron Curtain falls. Andrea says, thank you for this live chat. I must try to sleep. Wishing you all well. Well, have a great night, Andrea. Thank you for joining this live stream. Guys, if you have not yet clicked that like button, we really appreciate if you would click that like button. It helps boost this video, this live stream, get more people to see it. So that would be nice of you if you could click that like button. If you have not shared this with your friends and family on your Twitters and Facebooks, do your part in sharing it on your all the social media. And if you want to help us buy cups of coffee and some energy drinks so that we can continue to stream for you guys for hours and hours and hours. Our goal is up to 48 hours, maybe, if we can stay alive until then and you can survive and, have our eyes open, even if it's half eye, we will keep streaming and giving you guys our latest news and latest and live images. But we need your support. So if you can use a super chat and give us a bit of a donation to this stream and to us, that would be very highly appreciated. Chad says, America will never send troops to fight Russia. That would start World War III and possibly a nuclear war. Possible.
Just to add on that there was United States planes encircling Ukraine. So whether that's just to, for expectation purposes.
So the Iranian American forces are throughout Europe, but they're not. They're in Germany. They're in some is Poland, some of the surrounding countries, but they're not in Ukraine, and they cannot even enter the Ukrainian airspace because Russia will target them.
I think their goal is expectation. They really want to see, and they want to make sure no Russian forces are crossing into any place outside of
Matthew says, do you think it's likely that NATO will put boots on the ground if Russia pushes past the border of Ukraine? Absolutely. I think they're prepared. They've already prepared that, right? The Americans now sent an additional, I believe, 8,000 soldiers. Canada sent some soldiers, and a lot of countries from Europe in anticipation of that. So Shane says, my heartfelt love goes out to all the Ukrainian people. Nobody deserves this type of oppression. Bob Smith says, Iraq war, 500,000 civilians dead because of the USA invasion. There's nothing holy about the USA. And I'm not Russian, from Canada.
So,
Less than Hero says, if they don't get in by Tuesday, they never will. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If they don't get in within the next couple of days, it's over.
And what's going to add to that is all the reinforcements that are going to end up going into Ukraine are just going to make it harder and harder for Russia to go in and really take over.
So TJ King says, so now it should be clear as day. The only thing between freedom and world tyranny is the USA. Ukraine sure does a lot. Does squeal a lot.
Yeah, Bob says depends on how many troops Russia's willing to lose, for sure. If Russia's willing to lose, 25, 50%, then you can basically, they're gonna take it, of course. If they put their RE to everything.
Realistically, Russia can advance into Kiev if they put their entire military might into it. But really, is it what happens after you get into Kiev? If you create a lot of destruction when you get into Kiev, they will not be able to control Kiev. That's the problem. It's not about getting into it. And when you get in, then what? You've pissed off all of the people of Ukraine. You're going to be getting guerrilla warfare. They're not going to be able to capture Ukraine as a whole. So it's not just about getting into Kiev. So Bob Smith says, really, all they got to do is take Kiev. What happens after they take Kiev?
Yeah, I don't think they just want the city for the name.
So Bob Smith says, president in Kiev. He is. Okay, then what happens after they take the president? Bev says, Putin does not care about the lives of his troops. Many are young and most likely do not even want to be fighting in this war. The entire solution is extremely sad. The situation is extremely sad. Absolutely, it's a sad situation. Absolutely. And remember, Russian and Ukrainian, there's a lot of connection between them outside of this war. You can tell, like even when they captured the nuclear site. Right now, there's Russian soldiers alongside Ukrainian police securing the nuclear site. So it tells you that there's no hate among the Ukrainian and Russian soldiers. They have missions that they've been given orders, but it's the leadership, unfortunately, in Russia that's put them in this situation. Lydia says thoughts and prayers for your safety and all those here from North Carolina, USA. Well, thank you, Lydia. And Sean says this will be a guerrilla war. Absolutely. If Russia stays for too long, this is exactly what's going to happen. So Mr. Smith says we should all fight against Russia. Naked. And I'm not going to be one of you guys. Jeffrey says that is the point. Russia does not want Ukraine to join NATO.
Yeah, Russia definitely doesn't want guerrilla warfare. And we've seen that even through recently when they said they besieged the city. They basically blocked off all of its borders, but are not willing to go in because they don't want to get into those guerrilla warfare, city-style fights.
Nigel says, I'm from Mexico and saying, how can we help the people of Ukraine? I'm sure there's a lot of ways you can help the people of Ukraine. One of which is to let your make sure your friends and family and are aware of what is going on. You can. I'm sure there's some outlets, donations through Red Cross or through those formal spots where you can donate directly to Ukraine, to the people of Ukraine. So you can search for those. Yeah, that's the sort of thing you can do. So it's Terry says Biden and his wokeness has screwed the USA. He and his gross profits must go.
The Corvette says, the Corvette experience, it looks deserted, but I want to see some live action. Yeah. Hopefully, again, we're not looking for action that causes casualties again. Maybe some action, we see some guy just sipping a cup of coffee. That'd be some great action in the middle of the battlefield, right here, right in the front of the camera. Matthew Collins says, as a former U.S. combat soldier, I can assure you Russians have a problem. USA could have won. Scale says Russian army had destroyed 975 objectives of the military infrastructure of Ukraine, Keneshakov said. Yeah, again, and especially at the beginning, when this first battle took place, when they first went into Ukraine, they were hitting hard on all military infrastructure and targets, and up until now. But they're very key to the aspect of we do not want to be in cities. They're always on the outskirts. They're always in highways, and they don't want to get into city fights. William says, God bless the whole world and safely be to all. What if Russia blockades the cities and tries to starve people? So there are a few outcomes to that. Number one is there is borders. They can't blockade all of Ukraine. They can try and blockade, like you said, maybe they try and blockade the capital city. There's always the routes that they can bring in, and unless they find every single way to block it off, then even then they won't be able to make them starve. Because they'll definitely try and get outside external forces. Europe will probably then step in and help. The western side would help. A month, and on top of that, it's not to their advantage. Again, they'll start, even their soldiers at the end of the day, what's going to happen to the soldiers, right? Are they just going to sit there for a month and not move? Or it's possible. but unlikely that it would happen where they could besiege. They might try. That's for sure. They might give it a shot and try to make them struggle. Explain to the people, please. The invasion is over the fact that they do not want Ukrainians to join NATO. The moment that happens, NATO will have to respond and a nuke war will start. No one wants that. Yes. This is what the Russian government has proclaimed, that the reason why they are invading Ukraine is because they don't want any NATO aspects. They don't want Ukraine to join NATO, as Ukraine it's their border city. Putin wants to make history, show the U.S. how strong is Russia than the U.S. This could be a show of power of some sort. Whether he's willing to lose a significant amount of troops to show his power is the real big question here. Peace to everybody, Thino says. Thank you. Nothing more dangerous than a man with nothing to lose, for sure. History in the making, my friends. World War III. Blockading cities destroys resistance. Starving makes people get angry and hopeless. Uncanny says it's possible, but it also at the end of the day, we don't know what Putin is thinking as of the time, and this is the big struggle, and this is why even a lot of Western and European countries are really confused by what's going on right now. Whether the Russians are planning to stay, or whether they're planning to proceed and just pull out a full-out invasion and take Kiev, is something that is really only Putin knows. Again, with his casualties and with the loss he's taken to bring the Russian army into this battle and not really get any outcome is something that, again, nobody can answer for and nobody understands. I think even there's a bunch of Russians that are protesting in Russia. By the way, guys, make sure you do hit the like button. Please hit that subscribe button. Again, I'm doing my part of setting this up and letting everybody know exactly what's going on, streaming it for everybody all around the world to see what's going on in Ukraine, in the capital, Kiev. Do your part by liking, sharing, of course, this video to friends and family. Let them know what's going on in Kiev, the Ukraine capital, and in this whole conflict. And if you want to be extra, you can drop a super chat. RG says U.S. military will not take unilateral action without NATO alliance approval of U.S. military. The U.S. military has been in Poland and has been increasing its posture presence in Poland on the border. Yeah, for sure. And we've seen so many countries, so many NATO allied countries really start stacking on that border because they don't want Russia to go ahead and finish from Ukraine and then jump right onto their continent or their country and do the same thing. So it's kind of like a safety mechanism. One moment. Crypto Geek, no one knows how many dead Russians or Ukrainian soldiers died. Did they count everybody? Unknown. So we've heard 3,000 for Russians. Nothing real clear yet. I was watching for Russians. Matthew says I was watching for Russians military action attacking alliance supply personnel. The people bringing arms into Ukraine, that can make things much worse. Clark says, do you think Russian soldiers will give up and return back to Russia? I don't know if they even are capable of doing that. Nonetheless, taking their own personal opinion and just leaving. So, or escape. I don't think they're going to do that. Rick says, can the Iron Dome stop nuclear missiles? Maybe. Just a cherry. Why would Putin, who put his country before everything else, risk his country getting nuked? I don't even think they're going to start a nuclear war. Because that would be just bad on everybody's end. And the casualties that would come from that would be get huge. Scene says nukes flying between USA and Russia equals the end of life on Earth. Travis says, you call this war? Seen better fights in a 7th grade gym class. I guess it's a good thing. We don't want war. Riley says, nuclear war will be chaos. That's a danger zone. Alright guys, so back, just a quick update here of what happened in the last little bit within regards to Kiev and Ukraine. Russian troops enter Ukraine's Kharkiv city and are battling, of course, Ukrainian forces were battling Russian troops on the streets. But now they have maintained full control. Russia also claimed to have besieged or blockaded 2 big cities in Ukraine's south and southeast region, and they've currently blocked off every way in and out of the 2 cities. That's for the recent updates. We've also seen later and earlier this night multiple sirens. Even till now, we see airplane Ukrainian warships. Ukrainian Air Force ships come up and really start flying. We've seen multiple Air Force we've seen multiple Air Force jets, heading towards a certain location. We've also heard sirens earlier in the night, and again, this refers to lots of conflict on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital border, Kiev. But here we are, after the 8 a.m. curfew is now been released, of course. The good thing about this is now the curfew for the Ukrainians is done until 5 p.m. And so a lot of them are doing a few things, either trying to get supplies, getting ready to go to one of the... Oh, look, so there's a car that stopped in the middle of the road to go pick up a pedestrian. I don't know if you guys see it at the bottom left. Kind of cool, just blocked off the entire lane. Interesting. Okay, so as you guys know, a lot of people are now heading towards either shelters, in frightened because of the war, leaving the city to try and shift onto further cities away from the conflict, or trying to find a way into Europe as a refugee, because they fear for their life, of course, because of the war. Pud says, I think people need to realize Russia haven't even sent 5% of their force. I think what we've last heard is they've been sending portions, but whether they're using full capabilities, again, I don't think so, but it is unknown as of now. I think we just hear some police vehicles and ambulances, sirens. So, Jeffrey says he heard the sound of a He says, Scarecrow, let's wait a little bit. Morning says about 1/3 of their soldiers. I think could be something like that. Yes, around that percentage. 1/3 of their soldiers have been sent earlier. At the beginning, they sent half of that 1/3, and now they've completed it. Just the tree says Scarecrow is just fear mongering. I thought he was talking about a crow, because earlier we've been hearing lots of birds, and a lot of people were saying, "Oh, that's a crow. That's a crow's sound." So I thought he was talking about the bird. But SGT says those are recognition forces from Russia. By the way, guys, make sure you hit that like button. It would definitely help the stream. It lets people know as well, using the YouTube algorithm, that what's going on in Ukraine against, or in this Russian invasion of Ukraine. So do your part by liking. Of course, share this as well to all your friends and family. Do your part of things. And if you want to do the extra, feel free to drop a super chat. It's going to be a long night as we go ahead and live stream the exact experience. I think we've been up over 12 hours now, literally just telling you guys what's going on. So there's going to be plenty of coffees and energy drinks. It does cost a bit, so if you want to drop a super chat, it would be fantastic. Morning Star News says, agreed, their defiance is inspiring. Definitely, what we've seen is the Ukrainian forces really stand united, and even the civilians picking up everything they can to try and defend their country. SGT Voice says, good channel, thanks. No problem. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Clerk says, what does Ukraine have that Russia wants? Money? I don't even think they have money. But in terms of that, the reason why, or this is what Russia says, the reason why they're invading Ukraine is because they basically don't want Ukraine to join the NATO. And they believe that the NATO, or Ukraine, could possibly join the NATO, and they don't want that, so they decided to invade them to guarantee that they never join the NATO in forever. So Shah says, beyond NATO, Ukraine has oil in the Crimea Donbass. No drilling equipment. Exxon was going to drill it. Ukraine sell to Europe. Russia invade Ukraine to estimate oil competitor. I think though they already had annexed that Crimea region. Russia had already annexed it previously, so it was under their rule. Land and no NATO. I guess you could say Russia's a huge piece of land. I don't even know how they're able to maintain that big of a piece of land. So I don't know if they'd want more. Rebecca says, Ukraine is just slightly smaller than Texas. Even Ukraine is a decent chunk, but in terms of Russia, there's just no comparison. Jeffrey also says, just invest in oil and gas. Watch oil and gas prices just skyrocket to the sky, especially after hearing the news that Russia was literally trying to bombard every single gas and oil pipeline that leads to Europe within Ukraine. So while they're in Ukraine, any gas or oil pipeline they destroy. That's going to definitely cause gas prices to fly. So, let's see. Chuck says, I think just the tree is right. Nukes are very unlikely. Yeah, I definitely don't believe they are likely. Again, they don't want to get into like a nuclear warfare system. Most of Russian is frozen in hospital. Yeah, exactly. So unusable land. Yes. Morningstar says unbelievable. Scene says oil and gas way too late. Buy low, sell high. High prices are high. Invest in oil. Just the Truth says Russia has one of the biggest oil reserves, much untapped. So no, it's not for oil. Yeah, I was reading about this, and they said that like there has been the smallest percentages of oil that Russia has actually taken out. There's so much still but they're not using it, and the fact is they don't need it. And at the same time, there some areas that have tons of oil are incapable for Russia, so they don't have the equipment to actually pull out the oil in some areas of Russia. Crypto Geek: Russian annexed Crimea, but Ukraine turns off fresh water to Crimea, making oil extraction in Crimea extremely difficult for Russia. Okay, I didn't know that, so. Yes, it's too late to invest in oil. The price is high. It will fall again. Well, see, this is where it really depends. If Russia cuts complete oil and gas to European countries, to everybody, then it's probably going to skyrocket even more than it is already. Again, if you're wondering, I'm drinking coffee and just to get that energy back up. Again, there's like a billion coffees that we're going to have to drink as we go ahead and report to you guys on a second-by-second basis. Man of War says Ukraine was working on positioning itself as an alternative to Russia's gas export to Europe. So definitely, Ukraine has lots of oil as well. Equivalent, again, not as much as Russia, but they have a huge chunk. And they were actually shipping to Russia. They were one of the people that are shipping to Europe. They're one of the people that, like you said, was really giving Europe and selling to Europe significant portions. And I think this is why as well, as we seen Russian troops go in and try and destroy those pipelines, it was because of that. They don't want Ukraine going ahead and sending gas and oil to Europe. Scale says Crypto Geek drinks Timmy's coffee. Timmy's. You mean Tim Hortons? Yeah. Well, Tim Hortons buying 10 cups of coffee is too costly. Shell and Exxon signed agreements with Ukraine to develop their gas and oil fields in the Caspian Sea. Yeah, and that's not going to go through, I think, with this big invasion happening by Russia. Scale, by the way. Never mind. Hope Russian army gets COVID-19. No. I don't hope anybody gets COVID-19. And who said that? Joe said that. Joe said that. Putin wants to rebuild the USSR and not let one join NATO. Skate Crow says, is China in a war right now, or is Russia? I think right now we're talking about the Russia and Ukraine thing. So Russia is invading Ukraine. Yes, that is a war. Most time war is about money. Find the money, and we will know why Putin did this. I feel a disturbance in the forest. And that's by Gary. Gary says, I feel disturbance. Scene says, KCR says, the West and USA dish Ukraine. Logan XL says, is the US going to make a move? Well, right now they're currently trying to supply them with military assets and military funding. China may invade Taiwan. I can't speak on that yet, but there was rumors, and again, nothing is confirmed, that China has begun amassing troops on the Taiwan border. But again, unconfirmed reports, so we can't take any of that as legitimate news. Okay. Just having a quick look at some news sources right here to see all the latest updates. As of now, nothing really. Okay. 31 minutes ago, guys, some breaking news. France has sent fuel and defensive equipment to Ukraine, and Australia to be support and help supply lethal military equipment to Ukraine. So this is what we've been talking about. Alright, guys, so we have some breaking news right here as well. And this is the capture of a Russian soldier by the Ukrainian general. And right now, the Ukrainian general also states that the Russian soldier was allowed to call their parents. So they're doing an act of kindness. They're making him call his parents. Ukrainian Major General told reporters in Washington that Ukraine had captured around 200 Russian soldiers who were badly equipped. We captured around 200 soldiers, some of them 19 years old, not trained at all, badly equipped. We treat them according to the Genvian Convention, according to international humanitarian law. Who is a defense official? So Kermit is, I don't know how to say his name, who is a defense official at the Embassy of Ukraine in the U.S. said. He also said that soldiers were allowed to call their parents and were given food and shelter. Interesting, very interesting. Steve Mata said it would be interesting to see how many non-Ukrainians are coming to Ukraine to fight the Russians.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. The audio should be fine as of now. Yeah.
Okay, great. So thank you all for being on the stream. Again, you have some live images from Ukraine and Kiev particularly, and you can see a bit of quiet this morning after some heavy fighting and battles throughout the entire night between the Ukrainian army and the Russian forces. Thank you guys for joining the stream. If you have not yet clicked that like button on the stream, please do that. That is doing your part. We're doing our part in giving you guys the latest updates and keeping you posted with the latest pictures and videos live streaming right from Ukraine. Harkwanal Singh says, how is Ukraine doing so far? Ukraine so far holding its ground in Kiev. Not much of a movement there. Chuck Dunger says, he's answering to just a tree. Yes, that makes sense. Matthew says, two leaders starting wars over past lands, Hitler and now Putin. Very interesting. And it's in the same region too, Matthew. So that is even more interesting. Matthew, it's 1 a.m. This guy has a lot of energy. Yes, coffee does that to you. RJ says, as a transcontinental nation that shares borders with 16 countries, Russia's allies heavily on gray zone and hard power to affect regional influence. NATO is the threat to Putin's influence. Yes, and that's why he doesn't want Ukraine joining NATO, and he's willing to go to war with a country because they're not joining NATO. They're trying to join NATO. Just the Tree says, at the end of the day, we can all just speculate. Doesn't change the fact that the slaughter of the civilians will not go unjust. and there will be economic consequences. Absolutely. But will the economic consequences be enough to push Russia back and stop this war? That's the question on everybody's minds. SGT says, Void says, hello. Well, hello to you too. Mr. Tree West Coast. Quester says, I want to see how many volunteers will go from the West and USA will go fight against the Russians. A big zero. Well, they're not allowed to go in right now, so I wonder.
So just a quick update, and this was about an hour ago. For anybody that didn't hear about this, the Russians had cyber attacked Ukraine and basically turned off all internet services. And about an hour and a half ago, Elon Musk came out and said SpaceX's Starlink satellite internet service has now been activated in Ukraine. And so he's kind of reopened a method for the military, the Ukrainian military, to use as a sense of communication.
Because there is another big news as well. If you are aware of the island where some Navy forces had said the FU to the Russian army and were thought to be all dead, there are some reports that some of these soldiers remain alive.
That's quite crazy. I actually thought they were all dead. I think they have multiple rewards. So
another major news. France is sending fuel and defensive equipment to Ukraine. They have not yet set a delivery date, but that is expected in the next little while. So you guys are seeing live images right now from Ukraine, from Kiev, in this battle for the capture of Kiev. Russian forces are surrounding the city, and they are claiming that they're besieging not only Kiev, but all major cities, and that they have full control of the situation. The Ukrainian forces saying that Russian forces have not advanced an inch into Kiev and that they are holding their ground quite well.
Australia to boost support for Ukraine, and they will be supplying the Ukrainian military with lethal military equipment in support.
Yeah, so we'll see when the support actually arrives. There was some support delivered to Ukraine throughout the night out of a neighboring country. I believe it was Lithuania. One of the neighbor countries had actually delivered some equipment to the Ukrainian army in Kiev. So there is some supplies entering and leaving Ukraine. But when they will receive the $300 million worth of American aid, we don't know. So Eric says, I think it's kind of telling how bad Putin lied to everybody's face about this entire thing. Yeah, he spent a couple of months saying that we are not going into war. There's no plan for war. And the funny thing is the United States satellites were seeing it step by step. So he got caught off right away.
So I just have a question for you, man. Maybe
Riley says, I hope so. Russians just give up for a couple of days. Go ahead.
Okay. So just a quick question for you, and this is somebody asked this earlier. We've heard of the two major cities that are now besieged or blockaded by the Russian military. Is it possible that the Russians could end up blocking the city and kind of starve it to death and kind of force them to give up?
Yeah. So I don't think this is a situation that the Russians are going to want. They're not besieging it because if you're trying to besiege and starve a city, you would have to wait a long time. And Russia is not in a position now where they can wait on the outskirts of Kiev or any major city. They want to go in, get the job done, and walk out. The longer they wait, the more in trouble that the Russian army is. Mm-hmm. SGT says, go green. So why green? What is green? Who's green? Guys, if you have not clicked that like button, do that right now. And scroll your mouse and click that like button. If you have not shared the stream, make sure you share it with your friends and family and those closest to you on your Twitters and Facebook so that the most amount of people are aware.
Jeffrey says, moral of this whole thing is don't mess with Texas. You guys were awesome. Good night.
Well, you're awesome as well, Jeffrey. Thank you for telling us we're awesome. So, Harkanoel says, this is not the medieval times when besieging was still a thing. Well, it does still happen in warfare. Some countries get besieged, and some groups get besieged. But the thing is, in the position, Russia is not trying right now. They're not trying to capture Ukraine. They're trying to go in, change leadership in the capital, and step away. They can't do that by holding. They can't do that by besieging uh, Kiev. Harrison says, "I'm an ex-military too."
So just to reiterate, about an hour ago, we did have the Ukrainian general come out and say they had captured 200 Russian soldiers that were badly equipped with military gear, some of them being 19 and with zero training, and they did do an act of kindness for them by allowing them to call their parents and provide them with food and water.
So Popa Buzz says, "Keep it up, guys. You're doing a better job than I've heard on the news." Well, thanks so much, Popa. We appreciate the kind words. We appreciate the kind words, and we're very grateful. Thank you. Guys, again, I know we keep saying this, but if you have not clicked the like button, it means a lot for us for you to do that. It helps boost the stream. And make sure you share it with your friends and family on your Twitters and Facebooks. We will try and stream for as long as we possibly can. The time right now in Kiev is 9:15. Curfew was between 8 in the morning, 5 p.m. to 8 in the morning. So the curfew is officially lifted, but you are still seeing a lot of quiet in Kiev because people are concerned about possible bombardment by the Russian army, given that they are on the outskirts of Kiev right now. So a lot of fear, and that's why you're seeing a bit of a quiet on the ground right now. Russian forces had been in battles with the Ukrainian forces that have resisted attempts to enter the city center by Russian forces. There was a lot of bombing throughout the night and a lot of artillery fire, gunfire as well that was heard throughout Kiev. Thankfully, though, that has kind of settled down over the last couple hours. People have been saying that the troops are out for coffee. I don't know how accurate that is, but there has been a bit of a quiet there. We are keeping you guys updated with the latest news and live footage from Kiev and throughout Ukraine.
Breaking news, guys. Just 23 seconds ago, Ukrainian officials say they downed missiles launched by Russian bombers flying over Belarus. And 28 seconds ago, this is the chief commander of the armed forces of Ukraine.
So this is what we're saying about the military aid that Ukraine was promised to receive. And they were talking about receiving air missiles and air defense systems. So the fact that they're now starting to actually use these air defense systems and bring down missiles and bring down planes. There was also a report at night yesterday, and again, we can't confirm this report, but the reports of numerous citizens seeing an airplane come down, a Russian airplane come down. Again, not confirmed, but the fact that they're getting all these support systems from the United States and from Europe is you're gonna see and hear more of these things, planes being shot down, missiles being taken down as they get the air defense systems. So this is why it is bad for Russia to not be able to take Kiev very quickly, because every single time that time passes, Ukraine is going to be receiving more military support and more military equipment from the West and from Europe. So DDS says, "Thanks, Putin. USA NATO standing stronger than ever. Putin just destroyed his country totally. What a fool." Papa says, "Dude said go green that Russia." Matthew Collins says you have 2 million people in the city and they all want you dead. That is a nightmare for any military. Absolutely. But you have to remember, again, I did notice that, and again, maybe I'm not aware, but the Russian military and the Ukrainian military, at some positions, they're not acting like enemies. I mean, there was reports of the nuclear site that was taken over by Russia, and right now it's being defended by a mixture of both the Russian and the Ukrainian forces. So these are, the problem is with the leadership. Obviously, these soldiers are not really. Their hope is not to kill each other, but unfortunately, they follow orders. So
Poland coming in with an assistant. This was about 5 minutes ago, and Poland officials have stated that they're going to be providing train to transport wounded Ukrainian civilians and soldiers to various hospitals in the Polish country. And again, they say Poland does not forget about aid for Ukraine. We are starting a train for the wounded who suffer as a result of Russia's military operations against Ukraine. So even some medical support coming in by some European countries, specifically Poland.
all right. So guys, again, if you've not clicked that like button, let's really try and go crazy on that like button. And if you have not shared the stream, please do so. I think I'm starting to run out of energy, to be honest with you. I have a half eye open right now, so I will try and push this through this with you for you guys if we're able to get enough people in the stream and enough support for you guys. Keep things running live for you guys from what is happening in Ukraine with the latest news and updates and live images. Um, so make sure you click that like button, and if you want to support us, there is an option to donate to the stream and through the super chat. So that would be greatly appreciated as well.
Morningstar
Cryptic
News.
Geek, do you think this can escalate to a much larger war as Russia stated that they are sending trained soldiers into Ukraine, and do you think that they will start sending tanks? I think Russia really is concerned now about not taking Kiev because, like I said, if they don't take it within the next couple of days, Russia is really screwed. It looks bad on them globally, right? A country that wants to be seen as the strongest country in the world, and you can't take a city of a country that's way below you in terms of military ranking. So it looks bad if it takes too long for them to capture Kiev. So I believe that they will put put a lot of pressure in capturing it. Yeah, it's very clear. And remember, it's now been a full day that they have been stand still at the same location, and this is looking very, very bad. And all over the world, everything you're hearing is the Russian military is not able to get into Kiev. Imagine, Russia still wants countries around it to fear it. This is part of the reason that they've entered Ukraine. As soon as they had a president that was speaking up against Putin and threatening Russia with joining NATO, they wanted to go in and hunt after him. I really believe that Russia went in to Ukraine to hunt after the president of Ukraine. That is, so the fact that the fear of Russia is diminishing as a result is really bad for Russia, and now they're trying to use this iron fist to bring back fear of Russia. But if this takes too long, then it will prove that Russia is a lot weaker than people than we thought.
Yeah, and as we look back in terms of the news.
So, guys, I will step away. I'm really exhausted. Thank you for on my side for joining the stream. Crypto Geek News will be with you as well, my colleague. So he will be with you on the live stream, but I will be stepping away. Again, I appreciate every one of you. We will continue to run the live stream as much as we can. Obviously, without my presence for now. If there's any major news, we will report it to you. And we will keep you updated. Thank you again, and it's a pleasure meeting all of you guys. Again, make sure that before you leave, you click on that like button, and if you've not subscribed, you have to make sure, please, you do that. Again, if you are able to and would like to donate to the stream and to us, you can do that through the super chat option, and we appreciate everybody's presence. First of all, and for liking and sharing the stream previously, and if you do donate, we appreciate that as well. So thanks guys for being in the stream. I will step away now, and I wish you guys all best of luck and have a good night. again, we will continue to run live, and my colleague will be with you for some time as well.
All right, and yeah, we wish you a good night. Yeah, so we'll go back. I'll probably be here for a little bit. Of course, even if we're not here at the moment, we'll definitely keep the recording on. So still let everybody know we're gonna keep it on for sure, so that you guys can see exactly what's going on as it happens in the Ukraine capital, Kiev. Let's hear what some of you guys have to say about this. If Putin put in the nukes, nobody will remember anyone, because nobody will be survived. Is what Norby says. All right, so let's get through it. Guess Russia didn't take Kiev today yet. No, not even close. They're still quite far away from that. They've tried. They put in a lot of attacks, but till now, the Ukrainians were able to totally reverse it and not allow them to go through and actually keep the land, or not even allow them to cross into Kiev city. And thank you, Thomas, for the 99, Thomas Gomez. Thank you so much. But Morningstar News says Ukraine fuel supply airfield hit by strike. Yes, earlier we've seen a fuel terminal, an oil terminal, hit by Russian missiles, causing a huge domino explosion. It, of course, ruptured a bunch of other storage units for gas as well, and other supplies, and it caused a huge fire. And there were plenty of scares that fire could end up shifting into the actual Ukraine capital, Kiev, as it was a border city. Kharkiv says, how did air defense systems reach Kiev? Hope Europe has an underground railroad. They did reach, but I guess we don't know how. As it is time. Trust me, U.S. governments are incel and intercept all talks. Let's see here. Let's go back and see what we have on the breaking news. Just a bit of a recall here. Poland has now offered to provide transportations to any wounded military or civilian officials wounded in this Ukraine conflict, and they do have it now, a train transport system. France to send fuel and defensive equipment to Ukraine, and Australia to be support to the Ukrainian military and help supply lethal military equipment to Ukraine. Ukraine also has stated in a recent conference that they had downed military missiles launched by the Russian bombers flying over Belarus. So lots going on, and we have heard plenty of airplanes going to and from the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. Those being Ukrainian. Earlier in the night, we did see some Russian planes that triggered the air sirens, but as of now, only Ukraine flights. And DC says, is there food to eat in the Ukraine capital, or is it very low? As of now, I think they do have a reserve, right? They still have some food within the city, but again, as the whole city continues on its besieged path, where nothing can actually enter in, they will end up losing and being forced basically to find a route to get those supplies. Now, I definitely believe Russia isn't trying to starve them. They want to go in and out real quick. Their battle wasn't a battle that they expected. Plus, they can't even go into Kiev because of the major resistance that they're facing against the Ukrainian government. So they're right now in a circle they don't want to be in it. And I guess we'll have to see what their next moves are to find out. Revolution will hit Russia, is what DDSRDDS says. Martin Andrew Newby says Turkey has stated they will close Black Sea to Russian ships. That is not actually confirmed. We've seen, so the Ukrainian government asked Turkey. Turkey said we cannot do it. Then the Ukrainian government president came out a few days later saying, thank you to the Turkish government and to the president of Turkey for helping us in the sea issue and not allowing the Black Sea and blocking military ships, Russian military ships. And then the Turkish president came out and said, no, I didn't, and I didn't deny. And then the Russian embassy came out and said, yeah, they didn't deny any of our ships. So, again, it's extremely weird what's going on in that shape. Russia didn't know. Morningstar says Russia didn't want war with the people, just the government. Asin says, nice. Ukraine is making them pay for every inch of ground. Justice Tree says, has any press been targeted by Russian soldiers, or are they at least honoring that? So as of now, can't get any confirmed reports. We have seen the video footage of them really respecting that. But again, that was in the video footage that I've seen, so I can't quote for anybody or anything at this time. And I think from the beginning, Russians when Russia went into and invaded Ukraine, they strictly said we are targeting military, infrastructure and things related to that. We don't want civilians. We don't want any real civilian casualty, people that are not supposed to be in this battle. So up until now, we see that they're trying to respect that, but again, nothing is confirmed. They did hit a residential building. Whether that was by accident or not, we're not sure. Russian soldiers are very nice to Ukrainian civilians. Now, what I do have to say for that is, again, Russia and Ukraine used to be, in terms of closeness, like you had Ukrainians whose families lived in Russia and Russians whose families live in Ukraine, and so both countries have a close connection for, especially in their civilians. So you have people that have their families in Ukraine, half is in Russia, and so this is why you feel that friendly manner. Nothing confirmed yet, 100%. Yep, nothing is confirmed for plenty of things at this time. Illyric says Vice has a video of it. One of the reporters was detained and released shortly after. Again, don't quote me for anything. In terms of that changes minute by minute, honestly, and hour by hour. So we really don't know as of this point. I'm just referring to the videos that I've seen. Morningstar says there was protests in Russia. Yeah, I think I've seen a few of them. Actually, there's protests all around the world, and plenty are standing with the Ukraine and telling Russia to leave Ukraine and not invade it. So we have seen that for sure. Guys, make sure you hit that like button, please, and hit that subscribe button. We're doing our part of streaming it, letting you guys know what's going on second by second, minute by minute. And so if you guys could do your part by letting everybody know what's going on by only just clicking that like button, just a simple step of clicking it, making sure it turns blue. It does turn blue if you clicked on it. You're hitting that subscribe button, and you're sharing this to your friends and family to let them know what's going on. And on your social media platforms. Follow us on Twitter as well, and on Instagram. And if you want to be extra nice, feel free to drop a super chat, because we've been spending crazy amounts of bucks on those coffee and energy drinks to sustain. Interesting, 2 Danish reporters were shot. Doesn't say who was the shooter, though, for Just a Tree within regards to this invasion. Just a Tree said that. Let's have a look at some of the latest news, guys. We did see a brand new update that just came up. SWIFT, again, getting banned from Ukrainian banks. From Russian banks, not bad. Russian banks. Again, as the 8 a.m. curfew, currently 9:36 in the capital city of Ukraine, 9:36, and the curfew has ended. It starts back again at 5 p.m. and just came into effect at 8, where now people are allowed to leave. The curfew is from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. So after a long day of people not able to leave their house, finally they're able to now re-gear, resupply, and hopefully start a brand new day that is positive. Again, as of now, you're going to see a bit more traffic. People are now walking, moving, lots more vehicles, because people are now able to do so. But earlier, we couldn't really see much action. Again, the curfew was in place, so there wasn't any cars. But now you do see significantly more. Just a Tree says, where are you looking at for your updates? Plenty of sources, international and domestic. So there's just a bunch of different ones. Okay, so I think it was Harkawil Preet Singh says SWIFT is banned only in 3 Russian banks, and I think Putin already thought about those teeny-weeny sanctions. Maybe, but again, what we noticed is they were hit by heavy sanctions. Russia was hit by heavy sanctions from all across the globe. They're going to sanction the national bank too. Everything. Chunk says, I'm getting very tired. Good night. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Good night, man. And thank you for tuning into the stream. Once again, hit the like button, guys. Subscribe. And if you want to be extra nice, buy us a cup of coffee or energy drink to maintain all of this until my comrade wakes up again. Super chat would be amazing. Central Bank. Gary says, no honor among thieves. And again, guys, this is live in the streets of the Ukraine capital, Kiev. And again, sometimes we do hear some vehicles as well as some airplanes or warplanes. Oh, and there's a bird. There's a bird right here. I wonder if you can... 1 second. His feathers are at the bottom. I don't know if you can. I wish I could show you that. At the bottom left, you can see a bit of his feathers. I wonder if, yeah, let's see. I don't know. Do you guys see him? Do you guys see him? The birdie. The bottom left. The bottom left. At the very bottom. Closer to the right side. Just the tree says, I believe in free uncensored press. Thank you so much. Definitely. Again, we're trying to put the latest news up here to support you guys. Guys, the bird is literally right next to the camera and he's squeaking and disrupting. Again, he's cheering right now in support of peace all around the globe. Thank you so much, Bird. Scale says, Crypto Geek, Putin is sending birds in now? I don't know. Maybe that's a method of the bird is disrupting. He's disrupting communication. Freedom of press. He's being extremely disruptive. I'm joking. I just thought I'd lighten up the mood here. Again, guys, currently live from Kiev. I keep mixing it up. Kiev. Again, we just heard means the bird that's chirping. I mean the bird that's chirping. Yeah, that one. Clear. He's right. He's right there. I seen his head earlier. He was looking at the camera. The little bird. But just let's have a quick look at the updates going on in and around the Ukrainian capital. And in addition to this, we'll go back and reiterate some of the facts that have came into play just a little bit ago in the last half an hour. Poland officially now offering transport services by train to Poland hospitals for all civilian and military officials wounded. France to send fuel and defensive equipment to Ukraine. Australia to boost support and help supply lethal military equipment to Ukraine as well. And of course, we did get an exact count on how many soldiers have been captured. Over 200 soldiers captured. Out of those, few of them are commanders. XRP fanboy says the bird is a Russian spy. Morningstar says both sides watching everything. War isn't just about weapons. Again, at the end of the day, both sides, both Russian civilians and Ukrainian civilians, both have family that are probably in the other side. It's very common in those countries to, because Kiev is very close to the Russian border. So having family, a lot of these Ukrainians have family that do live in Russia. And they go to Ukraine for school or whatever, and the same goes for the opposite. Since his name the bird. That is funny. That's a funny name. Great live edit. Thank you so much, Morningstar, for that great live message. Martin Andrew Newbie says tweets is my suggestion for the bird name. That amazing. I think we might name that little bird that's in. Did he just fly? No, by the way, I think I see its feathers, or did he fly away? Maybe he flew away. Mike R says, looking at an empty square is not helping any side. Jeez. Again, yeah, this what we're looking at here is 3 different areas. First, on the first top 2 are Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and on the bottom left you're going to find Louisville, which is a nearby city, and then on the bottom right is Kharkiv, which is actually captured. I think is it captured or besieged right now by the Russians. Let's have a quick look, because this is an important thing. Again, we'll be able to see them as they kind of come through, as the Russian army comes through. Let's see if we can get an exact look here. Yeah, Sin says, come on, Judge. This live feed ain't shit compared to military tech. Yeah, this is not gonna... funny. Alright. Alright, I'm just having a quick look right now at exactly all the places that have been under Russian control. So there is, of course, the Crimea region. And this is what we've noticed, and this is something that has kind of stood out, is up until now, no real city has been completely captured. No big city has been completely captured by Russian forces. A lot of them are little towns that are leading to the capital city, Kiev. But up until now, no big city has been captured by Russian forces. Okay. Okay, so I just was having a look to make sure whether Kakhovik was under Russian control. Yeah, as of an hour ago, Russian troops now occupy that city. It's a small city, but one strategically located. So they do capture, and they have captured the one on the bottom right. Again, well, captured as in they're going in now. They've defeated the Ukrainian resistance that was on their end, and they did see some retreat, and we suspect that those military forces that retreated are trying to go back to the capital. And this has been a trend where anytime the Ukrainian resistance feels like they lost an area, what they do is they leave it and they head into the capital to defend that with all of their might, to make it just insanely harder for the Russian military to take it over. DC101 says, congratulations to all brave young men fighting. Crypto Geek, Ukrainians leaders say country is ready for peace talks with Russia, but not in Belarus, which was invasion staging ground. And this was, yeah. Any Morning Star says any information on captured soldiers. So we did get some news earlier, though. Again, this was earlier, and if we can get you the exact timeline here, try and pull it up. Yeah, about an hour and 55 minutes ago, we got news from the Ukrainian general saying they captured 200 soldiers, mostly not trained at all and badly equipped with terrible gear. Some of them as young as 19 years old. And they were given food and, of course, food here. It says food and water. And they even allowed them to call their parents. Look at that. And we did get one new update right now. Breaking news. Russian delegations arrived to Belarus for potential talks. The Russian delegation has arrived. This is, guys, was 1 minute ago. So clearly there could be some type of negotiations under the way with Russia and Ukraine. I guess we'll have to see how that turns out. Especially since Ukraine had rejected doing it in Belarus. Or doing any type of meeting in Belarus. Any info on the big oil plant fire? Not that I know of. At this point, we've kind of not been told. And again, I think we see a military vehicle on the bottom right that just passed by. And this is in the region that has now been captured by Russian soldiers. And the Russian military. Morningstar says, interesting, yeah. Gamer Patrick says Ukraine has really set a bar for patriotism. Russia has lost whatever they do. Again, if they don't get the capital in the very short time, I don't think they ever will be able to capture Ukraine. Judge Bot says Ukraine is a really beautiful city. I know it's actually a city where there's a lot of students go there, and they do say that it looks quite nice in terms of nature and that sort of things. Alright guys, if you haven't hit that like button to support the channel, and if you haven't subscribed already, make sure you guys do so. It definitely helps out the stream, and I'm doing my part of letting everybody know what's actually happening in Ukraine. So if you guys could do your part by hitting that like button, very simple few steps, sharing this live stream to your friends and family, guys, to let everybody know what's going on in the Ukrainian capital and around the world in Russia, and how Russia's invading. That'd be fantastic. So share it to your friends and family on your social media platforms as well, guys. We've been streaming for over 12 hours now, and it's been crazy what has happened in the last 12 hours, and I definitely have to say quite tiring and sleepy, but we've been running on coffee. So if you want to drop in a super chat or just follow us on our social media links, Twitter and Instagram down below, it would be fantastic. Scene says birds back. Name it. Scene, I think we're gonna go with tweet. Let's get some recommendations though. Does anybody have any other name other than tweet? Yeah, the bird is back actually. Like his chirping. He likes chirping in the morning. RDDS says Russia has lost against Ukraine. They lost two against sanctions. We'll set them 20 years back. Putin just destroyed Russia in 3 to 4 days. Scale Model says Crypto Geek. I'm telling you, that bird is a spy. Let's go back and check some of the updates. Russian troops enter Ukrainian city of Kharkiv on the latest. And again, Ukrainian officially downed a missile launched by Russian bombers just less than an hour ago. Reports have said that the missile was launched by a Russian Tu-22 strategic missile launcher, and they've downed it over Belarus. And again, this was just less than an hour ago. A brand new breaking news update as well. Breaking fighting breaks out in Ukraine's second largest city. Street fights broke out. Guys, this was 1 minute ago. Street fights broke out in the center of Kharkiv. Russian troops enter Ukraine's second largest city. The head of the Kharkiv Regional State Administration said Sunday, Hobov urged residents of the eastern city to stay in shelters and not to travel anywhere. Russian vehicles entered the city of Kharkiv on Sunday. He said the Russian enemy's vehicles advanced into the city of Kharkiv, including the central part of the city, warning, do not leave your shelters. Governor Hobov said in a Facebook post Sunday, the armed forces of Ukraine are eliminating the enemy. Civilians are asked not to go out on the streets. And of course, if you guys don't know, the city's population is about 1.4 million and it's just less than 32 kilometers or 20 miles south of the Russian border, and was approached by Russian forces shortly after the invasion started on Thursday. Ukrainian forces has managed to deter Russian troops from entering the city for the past 3 days, but the governor said this has now changed, with fighting taking place in the heart of the city. Thank you so much for the $9.99, the Doghouse DMC. Thank you for the super chat. Keep up the fight. Thank you. Morningstar said, appreciate all your chatting, same as Crypto Geek. Thank you so much, Morning. Thank you everybody for the support, guys. Gamer says, I have never even met a Ukrainian, and I'm about to hang a Ukrainian flag outside my American home. But guys, that's some breaking news that we have here. Just 3 minutes ago, guys, and like we said again, there is a bit more breaking news. Again, the camera that we have on the right has now been located in a Ukrainian city that has officially been captured as Russian forces go throughout the city. This is one of the third or fourth biggest city in Ukraine. This is not one of the. This is actually one of the smaller cities. The one, the screen on the right, the bottom right, which has now been captured by Russian forces as they go ahead and go in. But the second largest city, housing over 1.4 million Ukrainians, is now in the brink of being captured by Russian forces as the fights turn to the heart of the city in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. But, yeah, the bird that we have that was sitting in Lviv is now gone, and his chirping has now left. Pez, how does an army capture a city? Well, you go in with your force, your army, and you just take it. The bird's back. The bird's back. But and that's what happened again. They're taking it by force, fighting through the resistance. And again, like I've said, a lot of the military action that's happening is now shifted into the heart of Kharkiv, which is the second largest city. And the real disappointing part here from this is that as more war wages on in the heart of the city, it increases the chance of civilian casualties, and this is something we do not want to see at all. And again, it's very disappointing how that happens. We've seen that happen before when sadly a elderly woman was hit. We've seen that happen when a child was hit. And this is the worst part about having war inside the heart of a residential city. Someone says, donate a seed for the bird using Super Chat. You want to donate a seed? What's his name? I don't remember who wrote it. Oh, Morningstar says, the bird was warning of a Russian invasion. He's telling us, listen, I'm chirping for you. Bird is the secret siren. Pennsylvania says, so if I stand in the middle of a city, does it mean I have captured it? Well, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The way it works is you have to be able to actually control the city and maintain the city. Yeah. I think my colleague is would be able to better answer your question for you, but that's not the very brief answer. You have to be able to control the city to be able to proclaim it as you've invaded. Thank you so much, Thomas Gomez, for the $1.99 super chat. He's supporting the bird. He's giving the bird a seed. Give it a shot, guys. Let me take a sip of coffee, guys. Let me take a sip of coffee. My cup is almost done. Amy says, back from your coffee break? Yes. Except now I've been back and now I'm running out of coffee. So I might need to take another coffee break. Martin says, I really don't see how he's going to get 40 million people who dislike him to follow his commands. It just won't happen. XRP fanboy says, bird will be in the oven. And poor bird. The bird left. I think he left. Morningstar says he won't. Amy says, no war on Ukraine from the US. Is that a car or a plane? I missed it. As you guys can see, we have live footage of exactly what's going on in Kiev. And there's a purple, one second, not a purple, an orange, there you go, an orange vehicle, interesting color, I haven't seen it in a while, on the bottom left. Morning Star says, your inflection was amazing. Morning time in the Ukraine capital of Kiev. Finally back. Of course, friendly night. We were live all night long, and now we're live, hopefully, all morning long. Scene says, will be ugly if Russia continues to commit. Yeah, again, the issue with any war is that you do get casualties, and some of those casualties, sadly, are civilian casualties that have nothing to do with anything. And this is what we hate to see. We do not like civilian casualties, and sadly, we've already had to see over 100 civilian casualties throughout this war. Amy says, we can't see the car. Okay, now she says, oh, I see it now. All right. Glad you can see it, Amy. Just as says, so I'm not keeping up. Has Russia lost more men, firepower than Ukraine? So, as of what we know now, and again, I don't know if these are confirmed yet because we are really only seeing one side of the story. Ukraine comes out and says, we've done this and this. We've shot down a plane. And as of now, using Ukraine's, numbers, yes, the Russians have lost significantly more soldiers. I think what I last read when they last gave the update, it was like 3,000, beginning to mid 3,000s, like 3,250, 3,500. They've said they've downed 30 or 40 planes. They've downed another tens of tanks, and they said that their casualties are in the hundreds. So still, again, we're not likely to know exactly how many though. And something that we've noticed is that, again, it's really hard to judge and to count how many casualties you have or the other side has when you're in the middle of a battlefield. Now, which panel is Kiev? It is the top left and the top right. So you have Kiev on the two top. Then you have the bottom left, which is Lviv, which is a close city nearby. And then Kakhovka, which is a city that has now been captured by Russian forces. Scene says crypto. That's me. You know what? I might as well. Let's take a quick poll here. Should I change the channel name to something other than Crypto Geek? Yes or no? Let's just hear what you guys think. Because I think I'm gonna we love to focus on what's going on with the world, and I think that that's the best option is to maybe modify the name. But let me know. I'll take some opinions. The numbers just a tree says the numbers just don't add up at all, but I would understand why they'd exaggerate it more or not. Definitely just a tree again, and a lot of people have thought the same. 3,000 is quite significant in comparison to the numbers they give for Ukrainian losses. And on top of that, I suspect, and again, I'm not sure, I suspect the Russian military is, in terms of capabilities, is significantly higher than Ukraine's capabilities. And again, I'm not sure, but I suspect that. And so, just to me, logically, it wouldn't make sense that they lose more casualties. XRP fanboy says, King of Crypto Geeks. Morningstar, why aren't we seeing from Russian side? You'd think they would have more media trying to pen off their trash news. DDS says, Russia lost all respect from the world. China will stay away from Taiwan for now. Morningstar coming out with a fantastic message. She says, go with whatever you do more. Whatever's your passion. If you roll with more crypto talk, keep it. I guess we like to focus on what's going around the world, and yeah. But at the moment, guys, thank you. We are live from Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and again, the country currently being invaded, Ukraine, the country being currently invaded by the Russian government. Now, of course, we did have some breaking news that was released just 20 minutes ago talking about fighting breaking out in Ukraine's second largest cities, Kharkiv, where the armed battles are now, rather than on the outskirts, in the center of the capital, or of the second largest city in Ukraine. And what this also could mean is that as Russian forces capture the second largest city, we're going to see Ukrainian troops retreat out of it and go to the main capital, Kiev. And so again, we'll have to see what happens. And I think the idea here is that the Russians want to capture part of it, so then they can land in more troops, control it, and then they can redirect all the power to Kiev to find a way to control it. Because I think this is where they're going to face the big battle, Kiev. And if they don't catch it in the near future, definitely it's not going to look too good on the Russian government. Because, again, the losses that they could possibly, that will most likely bring with trying to invade Kiev, basically the military hotspot of the Ukrainians, is going to be quite difficult. And they've already rebuked loads of attacks and actually significantly done damage to the Russian armed forces within regards to that. Morningstar says, I'll stick around for both reasons. You all got my respect. Thomas says, news geeks. Scene says, I'm a crypto miner. Nothing wrong with earning a living. Lots of cars in captured city moving around now. You know, what we've seen is actually, I've seen a few military vehicles. If you pay close attention, you will spot them. There are military vehicles that are going across in the top right, or the bottom left, the bottom right corner of Kharkiv as Russian forces actually get deeper into the city. Again, they've already captured it, so they've already defeated the Ukrainian forces that were located there, and they've now shifted, the Ukrainian forces have now shifted out and into, most likely into the capital city, or into maybe the second largest city, to try and reinforce there. But you will spot them every little bit. DDS says, going to sleep, have a good chat. Are sure I wake up to peace after Russians are beaten and surrendered. Good night. Good night, DDS, man. Thank you for tuning into the stream. And I just want to put this out there, guys. For anybody, please make sure you hit that like button and you subscribe to the channel. It definitely helps us out. And do your part by sharing this live stream to anybody you know, family, friends, because it definitely helps us out. And that's how you do your part, by spreading the message and letting people know exactly what's going on in Ukraine. Scene says, I'm gonna step out, check some other news feeds. Thanks for the reports, no problem. Nice seeing you around, Scene. DC101 says, this will happen to USA someday. We shall help Ukraine. In the future, ourselves need help too. The Doghouse says, the Doghouse DMC says, world news, geek. No, that's not too bad. Scene says, liked and subscribed. Thank you so much, Scene. Definitely appreciate it. Thank you to everybody. So Morningstar says, what direction is the main main city? Could those cars heading to help or run away? In terms of, I think, where those cars are heading, I personally don't know where these cars are heading. Again, I don't I don't navigate. I don't know how the navigations of Kharkiv as the city. I don't know the navigation, so I can't tell you exactly where they're heading to. But what I have noticed is majority of the people are going into one direction, and this is like these vehicles here. See the vehicles that are moving? Those vehicles, they're heading in that direction, most of them. And that leads me to suspect that that's most likely the way out. Now, there are some other vehicles heading in the other direction. And, you know, that could mean a few things. Maybe there's two exits, and they both run to different locations. Or maybe, again, the Russian forces have clearly stated that they don't care about civilians. So maybe these people are just either going to shelters, going leaving the city, or maybe they're going home, and that's how they avoid the conflict. They just say, we go home, we stick to ourselves, and that's it. So again, there is plenty of options, and again, I can't speak for anybody because I don't know how to navigate through. Maybe they aren't, maybe they're going to help. That again, I can't speak for. Okay, guys, so we have some breaking news as well. Zelensky, so the president of Ukraine, is now ready for peace talks, but not in Belarus. So he's basically saying, listen, we'll discuss peace, but definitely not in Belarus. We're going to a place of my choice. Russians intend to use Kharkiv as a rear base. Kharkiv, once again, is the second largest city in Ukraine, and as we see here, Russians intend to use it as a rear base. Local authorities say some light Russian vehicles have managed to enter the city from its northeast. It seems the city, from what we understand, is now surrounded from all sides by Russians, and it's difficult for civilians to get out. And since Kharkiv is actually close to the Russian border, it would make sense why I think their idea is they want to kind of make it like a base, a hotspot where they can. This is where they kind of stabilize. And from there, they can try and head south, maybe towards a city called Dnipro. And of course, that's a city that Russians have said that they would like to take. So again, quite intense what's going on. I hear you all speculative dumb questions of my part. No, Morningstar, that's not a dumb. There's no dumb questions. Again, this is things that we can only speculate upon, but Elated says there are a lot of good people in Russia and Ukraine, but they also have both. Have bad people. Mm-hmm. Definitely. There's always good and bad in everything. Lady said, but compared to the Russian military, Ukraine never had as much power than the Russians yet. DC101, what did Ukraine do to Russian surrendered soldiers? Nothing. So as of this time, they're kind of holding them hostage. That's basically it. They're saying not to leave. Maybe trying to grab some insight from them. What we do know is that they've gave them food. The Ukrainians have supplied the Russian soldiers that surrendered food, water, and they even allowed them to get a call or to call somebody. Again, they've clearly stated that a lot of these soldiers were untrained. They were badly geared, badly set up, and that some of them were even extremely young. The age of 19 was what they stated, and that for all of those, they've allowed them to call their parents. Again, even after they've surrendered and they captured them. They did allow them to call their parents, and they are giving them, and if we quote from them specifically here, if I can pull that up real quick, they've said they're giving them all the humanitarian okay, here. So they're treating them according to the Genvian Convention, according to international humanitarian law. So they're basically giving them food, water. They're trying to, help them out, and they're treating them, in a humane way using the international humanitarian law. And again, they've captured over 200 Russian soldiers. Morning Star, feed them. That's how you give a finger to feed them. It's been hours and hours streaming. I'm starting to get tired, but I'm gonna grind through. And I think the bottom left corner camera is now out for some reason. Hopefully, will come back up. We don't really know the cause as of it now, but hopefully it will come back up. But guys, make sure you hit that like button and you subscribe and share this stream to help support it as well. And if you want to be extra nice, feel free to throw in a super chat. On top of that, guys, even if I end up leaving, I'll make sure the video is on and you guys are able to see exactly what's going on. But I'll stay here for the next little bit. Elated says, but I don't know if the chance of Ukraine, if Russia is against them and going to war. But let's just hope for the best and hope Russia and Ukraine will end war soon. Yeah, again, hopefully. DC says, hope Russia doing the same. As in feeding their hostages that they captured. Scale says the bird ate the camera. I think it did. It was the entire time sitting there chirping, and it must have chirped the camera with it accidentally. Mini Dad says, yo, that bird ate the camera. Unbelievable, man. It just ate the footage. That's extreme disappointing. Disappointed of you, little bird. Ate the footage. But yeah, hopefully it will come back and get working. Again, the one that we just got is not the KYIV camera. Thankfully, our two KYIV cameras up on the very top are live and fully functioning. The one on the bottom right is fully functioning as well. The Kharkiv, which is a town that has now been captured by Russian forces, and we will and we have seen Russian vehicles, armored vehicles, actually pass through a little while ago, and again they have captured this town, and we'll have to see what happens. They've also now are in battles in and for the second largest Ukrainian city, Kiev, I think it's called. And now the battles have led to the heart of that second largest Ukrainian city, and they're on the verge of capturing that one as well. So again, we'll have to see what happens, and only time will really tell. There is reinforcements coming in terms of ammunition to Ukrainians, but at the same time, we have heard that Russians are sending in more troops now, that they're going to basically kind of station in the second largest city, Kharkiv, which is now going to be planned. Which is now planned to be used as a rear base for the Russians as they proceed in their Ukrainian invasion. Elated says, but I don't know what Russia might do. I mean, most of Europe depends on Russian for the fuel, right? That's for sure. Lots of European countries right now depend on Russian for the fuel. And what happened was, is normally when Russia would say, okay, we're not giving you, guess who would be the one providing? Ukraine, because Ukraine also has a major oil source. But now that Ukraine is getting invaded by Russia, not only are the Russians destroying any pipeline or anything gas related to try and make sure that oil and gas that used to come from Ukraine now is forcefully stopped and cannot proceed to Europe, but they can't send any more oil. They can't take out any more oil, and this is their way of kind of retaliating against the European countries and against the Western countries for the sanctions that were put on them. And they're kind of saying that, you know what, you guys are trying to destroy our economy, we're going to destroy yours and raise gas prices. Now, we do have some breaking news. The situation in Kharkiv is very fluid, but Ukrainian forces fighting fiercely. And again, this is where we're currently at. They are fighting. We had a reporter come out and say they've heard sounds of guns all across the streets and in large numbers. What we know now is that the Russians have entered the city in small groups on lighter military vehicles. They're kind of fighting in a guerrilla warfare style. And this is something that, you can't go into, cities with a large military unless you're prepared to fight guerrilla warfare. And this is why they came in with lighter military vehicles and small groups. And of course, unloaded military vehicles, and they are being destroyed by the Ukrainian military. Some of the groups were already destroyed. They tried to get close to the city center, and we see groups already, and we see many images of the destroyed Russian military vehicles on the streets. The situation is very fluid. The Ukrainian military fights back fiercely, and there are also territorial defenses here as well. And people will also participate in the street fight. So again, crazy what's going on right now. We're even seeing some of the civilians come and participate, and the Ukrainian military really pushing hard to try and sustain and maintain the second largest city of Ukraine. Russians also claimed 6 minutes ago, some new breaking news as well. Russians claimed 2 southern cities completely blocked by Russian troops, and surrender of Ukrainian force. That's huge. So again, this is some breaking news. Russia claims that 2 southern cities, Ukrainian forces have now surrendered to Russian troops, and that Russian troops have completely blockaded the 2 cities. Of course, the claim is if we can hopefully find a number somewhere. The Russian team also claimed that without evidence, there was a mass refusal of Ukrainian military personnel to continue hostilities, and they surrendered. That's quite crazy. That's kind of a flip, right? Morningstar says phone's up 15%. Time for bed. Thanks again for the stream. Stay cool, y'all. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for tuning in. Morning stream. Mini Death says, where do you get the updates, bro? Lots of sources. I read plenty of how lots of domestic, international sources, just a bunch, basically from everywhere. Norby says, why is this happening? These two were families with common languages and religion. Definitely, I know a lot of people that have family in Russia that are in Ukraine, and a lot of Russians that have family in Ukraine, and it's very sad to see something like this happen. But Russia did voice its disapproval and its disliking of the Ukrainian government, and this is what kind of triggered it. They've also said that they do not want Ukraine to join the NATO, and that Ukraine wants to join the NATO, and that any NATO joining is a security issue for Russia, and that they will use all the means, and this is one of them, is a full-out invasion on Ukrainian territory. But guys, if you guys have not hit that like button, make sure you hit that like button. Do your part, guys. I'm doing my part of streaming to you guys live, and making sure that everything is out to you guys, and then everybody knows what's going on in Ukraine. So do your part by hitting that like button, subscribing as well, and sharing this to all your friends and family. And of course, let them know what's going on in Ukraine and in Russia. And on top of that, guys, if you want to do a super chat, it would be fantastic. Again, I'm spending so much on energy drinks and coffee to keep life for you. Yeah. Skill says, Crypto Geek, Russian Belarus talks plan is propaganda. Ukrainian officials say, could be. So I'm going to put a bit of a pause here. I'm going to go take a bit of a break, and hopefully I'll be back. But yeah, again, guys, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you do subscribe. The video footage is still on and will still be on the entire time. Yeah.
have a little bit of fresh air. Huh?
It is fresh air because this is open here.
Yeah, still, man. That is west. Northwest.
50% soodsamalt. Ostke ka e-poest jysk.ee.
telli aasta lõpuni oma uus Opel ja saab kingituseks talverehvid. Vali välja ja võta ühendust kodulehel opel.ee. Vali sõiduelamus, mida ootad.
Nur mit der Notbremse seines Vetos konnte Moskau, immerhin ein ständiges Mitglied des Sicherheitsrates, die eigene Verurteilung verhindern. Was
Moscow was only able to avoid that resolution through using its veto powers. Shame to them.
Präsident Putin redet dabei stets von unteilbarer.
The Russian President Putin speaks of indivisible security. But clearly he's trying to divide the world into realms of influence, and that has a great impact on security in Europe. Yes, long-term security, sustainable security, not just security against Russia, shows that we will stand true, and that there are limits that Putin cannot overcome. We will live up to this challenge with determination, and we'll be pragmatic. We have a number of tasks that await us. First, we must support Ukraine through the current crisis. As we have seen over these past weeks, months, and years, Ukraine has been suffering.
Kiev,
But now, with this current attack on Kiev, Kharkiv, Mariupol, we see that we are entering
Yeah. right?
through the crack. Oh, it's you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good. Did you crawl through the crack? Or
Well,
did Christian get it open for him?
yeah,
Tell me.
I came at 9-ish
Yeah.
around because we left the cameras with all the game and the night
Did
time.
you see the notes that went out about that?
Yeah, so no, I didn't see the notes, but I came
Who
out.
put this camera up? Who put this one up?
They were out. Look.
Oh, it was plugged into the wrong thing. It was plugged into Proctor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a cable that has a P on it, and that's what it was plugged into. So I put that over there, and I plugged it back into the cable that we use over here for Alex.
Okay, cool. Anyhow, so even the big one, I saw the game. I took off. Listen, how do you do IFP from here?
You pick up the phone,
Yeah.
click add, dial 8, and then the four numbers. If it's in there.
Yeah, and
then that's it.
It's not the other one.
This is for two ways.
You know why? Because downstairs
Different. Downstairs uses
yeah,
one of these.
yeah, and 1008.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's
But
add.
yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. So IFB1 is getting line 1. So you take the selector, you see your different lines.
Yeah.
These are the selects for dialing. So that's how you dial each one. So you go to the one you want to dial. So it's going to be all quiet, right? Like nothing's going to be up. You select to the line you want to dial, which is 1. IFB1. You hit add.
But the number.
And then 8 and the 4 digits.
But then you're gonna listen through here as well.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah.
This is the interrupt, so you can talk to him.
Okay.
So in here, he's out there. Without having to open the door, I can go.
Sure. Okay, cool. So we have a bunch of live shots.
Yes, so we do.
But I think it's I brought both.
Both?
I mean, receiver, which is the 21, and transmitter.
Oh my god, I thought you said broke.
I brought.
Brought.
And I was searching in the web. Maybe I was not searching properly, but
Usually there's
no, because well, unless it's a matter of firmware update, but it's so bizarre because it went. See now it doesn't open. See? So.
screen's dead.
Yeah, but there must be a way, I don't know, power set or these two.
Sometimes it's the plus. Fortunately,
1 day stay, we're gonna stay here for I don't know how long. Then you end up.
You're gonna end up wired.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up having to keep. Now there's five cameramen. There's gotta be less people in the audience.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, usually people, and I understand.
Keep their.
Yeah, they don't want to give it away. But, so
Hey, we're not leaving here anytime soon. We'll be good friends by the end of this.
So what would you do? How to?
Okay, I have to look at what we had for shots because we have 3 cameras here. They took away one, camera 1, 2, camera 2. Which one's that?
Camera 2 is the little one. Yeah.
Okay, that's 2.
And
3's over there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at 3. Okay, so we're gonna put. What do we have now? We have 1 on
15.
path 1 is bump 2. Path 2 is bump 1. And that's live view is bump 2. Okay, we got the same one going on both. I'm going to change them all. Unlock. 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 Sat 1. Camera 1. Sat 2. Live view 3. Camera 3. On. That camera picked up the explosion last night.
No, it's just now. This is from the west, not south.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm gonna go in here.
Yeah. But I mean, last night it was pointed that way.
No. Last night it was south. So
It is south.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pointed there.
No, it's not that one. It's more to the right.
Where's this camera?
Yeah, over there.
You moved it?
No, it was there. Always there.
Yeah. Oh wait, it's pointing that way.
Yeah.
There's another fire over there.
Yeah, from this morning, which is this one.
This is the new bomb.
Yeah.
These are the bombs from this morning. Do people know that?
Of course.
Why don't I know that?
Okay, troubleshooting.
Alejandro, do you like to go by Ali? Or is it Alessandro? Or is it Alejandro? How do you pronounce your name in the town?
Alessandro.
And do you like to be called Alessandro or Ali?
Ale. Because let's say that I'm going away, no?
Yeah. Where's Alessandro?
Okay.
And they go, who?
Okay. Now, try with Ale.
Ali. Gotcha. Is this your gear?
No, mine is over there.
I've got to go get mine. Are we okay? When's his first hit? Now, right?
1 P in half an hour.
Half an hour.
Anything but the RF indicator on the tuner lights, even when the transmitter is off. I think it's not a transmitter, it's a body receiver. It's me. It was me.
Really?
On the WhatsApp. Oh. Look at the picture. The picture of the WhatsApp.
It's a dual cockpit. Nice.
Yeah, but it's not mine. We get in the fucking AC unit near the camera.
Yeah. Very nice of the boat. But it's huge. You can't tell what it is, but it's a dual cockpit.
Yeah,
racer.
well,
It's a racer.
It's not, yeah, it's not huge, and it's not mine either.
Well, I bet it's 25 meters? 20 meters?
16.
42 foot high level. 42 foot. Okay, so I have that.
Yeah, it says restart the unit. Ah, okay. Restoring factory default settings. Maybe?
Won't let me add you as a contact. Who is this? You check me 5400. Okay, what way is Alec facing? Shooting off the corner?
No, it's facing northwest.
West. South. North facing south.
in the, I mean, I don't know why we talk about, here we have, you know, the two bridges, the river, who knows what they want to talk. Yeah, let me try. This is direct, right? Yeah, just ready. Okay, cool. morning, Alex. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, sir?
I'm alright.
I know, but no one needs to see that stuff.
Alright, but still we can take that. I know, but we're gonna watch it, Mike.
Are they mic and stuff for operation? Hello.
Mike is there? Yeah, you need to adjust it exactly. Repeat.
Thank you, but intensify attention. On the other hand, it's good.
Oh, yeah.
There's evidence about, you know. Michael, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough.
I'm sorry, it's a little bit scrambled today, but
I'll get up there in 2 seconds.
you know why he's pointing up there. I mean, it's at least
Come on, you have something.
Yeah.
You have the north and northeast.
We're missing one direction. We have west, east, we don't have south. We don't have anything pointing this way.
That's south LA.
Yeah.
And south,
Yeah,
right
we
there.
don't have anything pointing that way.
And south is, yeah, because
Do we
I just
want to
hate
try
these
to get
mics.
one other way to shoot that way?
if we can, because that's the main airport.
They don't want us pointing there?
No. We will because I assume they're gonna probably call the airport. No, I'm just trying to do that.
There's an available live view other than the one we have here that we can put up here. We could put it on the camera and just point it south all the time. We have it on the
at night
camera, right?
time we have more action.
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe do that as like a nighttime plan for
Yeah.
us? Just try to
Yeah.
on a rolling
I just don't want
basis?
to talk around the building.
Yeah.
Don't be singing songs about Fidel Castro or Che Guevara around here. Holy coffee. Whoa.
Yeah, you see, now it's from there.
I know, well that's Sierra, east and north, where they could be coming from.
My door is open, so I have to close it. Yeah,
It's more like a fried eggs. No?
That was on the other side of the river. The east.
Oh, sorry, what'd you hear?
There was a loud bang. Not huge, but a loud bang. Roughly in that direction, northeast.
Okay. Can I put it, I'm okay to say it's sporadic and it's been relatively quiet this morning?
So
I'll
far,
just- I
this
will-
is the what? I think the third or the fourth.
Yeah.
Since 8 o'clock.
Okay, so I won't say relatively quiet, I'll just say sporadic.
Exactly.
Since 8 o'clock and it's what, 1 o'clock now?
Yeah. Okay, just a small step to your... Yeah, thank you. Have you got IFB?
I'm in, but I don't hear anything. Are we dialed in?
Yeah.
They're not talking.
No. But I can't hear programming either.
I know.
So that's on their end?
Yeah. Sab around?
It's a good question.
Okay, I'm gonna move this camera back where it was, huh?
Michael, do you know if we're in, is it 2472?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Ingrid, you're saying it came from there? Over there?
Yeah, that sounded like
That's more north.
Wait. East is over there, so...
East is right over the church.
Is it? Okay.
North. So from the north?
It's the north.
On the other side of the river?
Northeast.
Northeast? Okay. I'll correct that.
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10.
Just a tiny bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We continue to hear sporadic blasts around the city, one just a few moments ago coming from an area to the east of the city. It's often very difficult to tell exactly where these noises are coming from. But it comes after a very tense night in which there were lots of warnings of a wide-scale Russian aerial assault. That didn't really materialize.
Hey, Alex, it's Maura.
Hi, Maura.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Listen, good. Thanks. We have that song for you.
Okay. I think, honestly, I think there's so much to get to that I wasn't going to do it in this hit. Maybe we can do it in the next one. But I was going to finish off just by saying, you know, Zelensky's calling for these international fighters. I'm going to talk about the Ukrainian resistance, but they're still calling everybody up, including international fighters. Okay, and who am I getting it from? Excellent. Well, Boris, we are still in the middle of a curfew that will extend until tomorrow morning. That is not just because Kiev officials want their citizens to stay inside, stay protected, and because it's so dangerous, but also because there are concerns about Russian sabotage teams that are operating in the city. We have continued to hear sporadic blasts throughout the morning and into the early afternoon, about 3 or 4 of them over the course of the past few hours, and just in the past few minutes, actually, we heard another one in the distance to the northeast of the city. It's often very hard to tell where these blasts are happening, where rockets might be landing. But as you noted, Boris, this is coming after a very tense night. We had been warned of a possible wide-scale aerial assault by Russia. That did not really materialize, but there were 2 significant explosions just after midnight to the southwest of the city, near Kiev's second biggest airport. And you can hear there another blast in the distance, again, to the northeast. But that first blast overnight, the huge explosion, resulted in this massive fire that we could see glowing for hours. And then, as you noted, there is significant fighting to the east of here in Ukraine's second biggest city of Kharkiv, which is very close to the Russian border. The Ukrainians are confronting Russian troops in the streets. People are being told to stay inside. But it is clear that where we are right now is not where Russia wanted to be on day 4 of this invasion. They are struggling. It has become clear they do not have air supremacy in the skies over Ukraine. They're still contending with Ukraine's Air Force and anti-aircraft systems. Their personnel are being killed. Their armor, their tanks, their vehicles are being destroyed. Their supply lines are being stretched. They're having a hard time getting things like fuel. So this, again, is not where they wanted to be, and they are running into significant Ukrainian forces. The Ukrainians are doing a very good job at pushing these Russian troops back, surprisingly so. But at the same time, President Zelensky very clear on how difficult this struggle is, calling on not just on Ukrainians of all ages to take up arms, civilians to take up arms against Russian troops, but now also asking for international support, saying that anybody who wants to come to Ukraine and fight the Russians, they too can do that now. Christy? Thank you. See you in a bit. Yeah, I can hear you fine. No. No, that's fine. No worries. Yes, I am just fine. What? Wait, what for? Oh. I've got to tape Look Live. Is this for the Look Live or what's this for? Oh. We need to make sure they're rolling.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking to them.
Okay. Just a tiny bit to your right, a bit more. Yeah, it's more, you see, behind this building. So let me see.
Northeast again. Northeast.
Yeah, northeast. Yeah, northeast.
Let's go.
Okay, ready. Just a tiny bit to your right, like that.
Good.
Yeah.
Good morning, Susan. This city is in the middle of a curfew that extends to tomorrow morning. That is not just because the situation is so dangerous and the officials of Kiev want to keep their citizens inside, but also because they fear that teams of Russian saboteurs are operating inside the city. We are continuing throughout the morning and into the early afternoon, continuing to hear blasts on the outskirts of the city. In just the past few moments, there have been several coming from the northeastern part of the city. It is often very difficult to tell where they are happening and where, if Good morning, Susan. Well, we are still in the middle of a curfew here in Ukraine's capital. That is not just because the situation is so dangerous and Kiev officials want to keep their citizens off the streets, but because they also fear that there are teams of Russian saboteurs operating in the city. Now, throughout the morning and into the afternoon, we have heard several large blasts in just the past few moments. There have been some coming from the northeast outside of the city. It is often difficult to tell where exactly those are happening, but all of this comes after a very tense night in which we were hearing warnings of what could have been a wide-scale Russian bombardment of the city. That did not really materialize, but in the early morning hours, just after midnight, there were two significant explosions to the southwest of the city. That is near Kiev's second largest airport. And now we are also seeing significant fighting in Ukraine's second biggest city, Kharkiv, in the northeastern part of the country that is near the Russian border. There are street battles going on between Ukrainian and Russian forces. The citizens of Kharkiv being told to stay inside their homes and to take shelter. But it is clear on day 4 of this Russian invasion that it is not going according to their plan. They are struggling a lot more than they certainly anticipated. They do not have air supremacy. They are not controlling the skies over Ukraine. Their forces are coming up against significant Ukrainian resistance. Their personnel are being killed. Their armor and their tanks are being destroyed. Their supply lines are being stretched. They're having a difficult time getting things like fuel. Foreign experts, military officials are impressed with the way that Ukraine's military has been holding up, but it is clear that they are facing an overwhelming force. President Zelensky just this morning again calling for not just Ukrainians to take up arms against Russian troops, but saying that anybody from abroad who wants to come here and fight against the Russians, they too will be armed by Ukraine. Susan?
see where they drop. Fiber. Sky News fiber goes over there. Hold on. Oh, shit. Wait. 10008 faces which direction? Keep getting turned around. Oh wait, 10008 faces right below facing south, right? It faces south. It does. So it's facing east. It's facing east. There's a drop way down here. Way, halfway down the building on the east side. Yep, power. You run a oh wait, we got fiber there. Motherfucker, it's fiber. Another thing that we need to make sure. So that generator's powering the fiber, all the equipment there, and the fiber, not just the single, jack coming off the GA.
We don't know for the time being. Clouds comes and goes.
What's happening now? Same? Too dark now? Let's leave it on. I'll zoom out on the other.
Maybe towards right. Maybe to the right, you know. What's up, man?
Ooh. Over there?
Northeast, right?
Straight over the building now, because I think.
Yeah, northeast, but the problem is that you can't see anything.
Actually, over. Yeah, northeast-ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sleep okay, Ali?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Okay, I'm just putting 15 on this one.
I head over there.
Still northeast.
Same again?
Yeah. problem is that we don't see anything.
Well, I did see smoke on that side.
Oh, okay.
That was very visible.
Binoculars.
You think I should put my flak on for this live if I'm talking about blasts all around the city?
Yeah, but no helmet, just
Yeah.
You top of the arm?
Yeah. Seb's out here.
Not as close as the other one. Where is the other one then? The other box. Maybe outside? Maybe? Right. It's still from northeast.
Yeah. That's
I've lost count, Tim. It's a lot. We should definitely say something about it picking
by all
up.
means, yeah. Across the river in the northeast.
And the biggest one I saw was in the west when you first come up on the other side,
Yeah,
and I sent that picture of the smoke.
That's at a place called Bucha, where there's a column of Russian tanks that have been trying to advance.
And that's where that blast was early yesterday morning, right? Where the fighting was. Yeah.
Same area, roughly. Yeah.
Just a tiny bit to your right. Yeah, and
We have heard from President Zelensky a number of times this morning talking about how tough this fight is. He said that last night was brutal and not. Is that gunfire?
no.
It's much louder than yesterday.
So you can, if you want to, that's north over there. You won't be able to see it, but there are 3 plumes of smoke.
There are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's a 4th one over there, so I can say that we can see 4 distinct plumes of smoke.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. They're quite far away.
I'm not going to say it's in the city center. Or in this. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, I can hear you. Who are the anchors I'm talking to? I mean, I know it's Christian Boris, but... Seb, listen to this clicking. Is that? Yeah, keep talking. Boris, and then who? Okay. I'm gonna use it. Yep. Yep. And I'm gonna set it up so you'll be able to you'll see it. It'll probably be in the back half.
I don't hear any clicking.
Okay, it's fine. It sounded like gunfire, but I don't think it was. That. It's not gunfire.
No, I don't think so. That sounds like somebody closing something.
Okay, so the blast that we're hearing has picked up significantly.
Yeah.
I've lost count.
You've lost what?
I've lost count.
Oh. Well, you can say since I've been up here, I've heard 4.
I mean, it's more than that. I mean, the past hour is probably a dozen. Guys, that's my SOT.
Guys. Hey guys, did you hear Alex just then? Somebody else is referring to this SOT. Somebody else is referring to sound wave. Okay, so we won't...
I won't toss to it. Yeah, Boris, the fighting intensifying not just across the country, but around this city as well. In just the past hour, there does appear to be an acceleration of the pace of the bombardment. We are up on the roof of our hotel, and from here, we've heard many distinct blasts in the distance to the northeast, to the north, and to the west. Most of the explosions that I've heard have been coming from that direction in the northeast, but on the other sides, there are at least 4 distinct visible plumes of smoke. Now, this is a city that is essentially under lockdown. There is a curfew until tomorrow morning. You can certainly imagine that it could be extended. So this is a much louder day, if you will, than yesterday. And this comes after last night when we got warnings that there could have been a widespread aerial bombardment by Russian planes over Kiev. That didn't really materialize, but there were 2 significant explosions just after midnight to the southwest near Kiev's second biggest airport. The first one resulting in a massive fire. You could see the flames glowing in the clouds above it for hours, and even now, more than 12 hours later, you can still see the smoke from that. And then to the east of Kiev, in the second biggest city, Kharkiv, the fighting is also intensifying. We know that there are street battles between Russian and Ukrainian forces. The Kharkiv residents are being told to stay inside. That is very close to the Russian border, where our colleague Fred Pleitkin has been seeing rocket fire going out. But the Ukrainian forces do appear to be putting up a good fight. This is day 4 of this invasion. The Russian military is clearly not where they expect it to be. There had been some forecasts that perhaps Kiev could fall in 24 to 48 hours. The Ukrainian military putting up a good fight. Russian personnel are being killed. Their tanks, their weaponry, their trucks are being hurt, are being destroyed rather. Their supply lines are being stretched. They're having difficulties getting things like fuel. But this is clearly an all-out fight for the Ukrainians. President Zelensky dismissing this Russian claim that they are only targeting military installations. He has said that it is clear that they are going after everything. He said last night was brutal. Not a single target that the Russians consider unacceptable. And as a result, Zelensky has issued this call to arms, not just for every Ukrainian who is able to fight, but now also saying that they are creating an international legion so that anybody who wants to come from abroad can also join this fight against Russia. Boris, Christy? That sounded like outgoing, right?
Yeah.
The aircraft?
Sorry. Pardon me. There was a heavy caliber, probably, my guess.
Which aircraft?
No, maybe at a vehicle, special vehicle, or test firing or misfiring.
But you think small arms?
No, this was 50 caliber.
Yeah.
I think tonight I'm gonna go with the A7. Yeah. You can use my A7 if you want, it's much brighter.
Yeah, but my concern is the lens. I mean, I can walk with it.
I have a 24-70 Sony. Put it on. I know you need to zoom in a bit, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'll but then I have the 70-200. But then if somebody steps in front of you, it would be a pain in the neck. Trying to frame it, you know. Can you crop it while you're shooting? No. Like with the SFI. While you're rolling.
Oh. I don't know. I haven't done that yet. What? Oh, sorry.
any smoke in, or that's going in, right?
That's what Christian's doing. And this is going in, yeah. That's from last night.
Yeah.
That's from last night. That's what I was saying. We're gonna get them to give you for your live shot. They should cover that. They should use that and split you and that. Yeah. Because it looks kind of odd. You're in the daytime now. That's still running.
And that's live.
That's live.
Well, it's except the video last night.
Yeah, but
I made the point.
That's 12 hours.
Yes, tonight is going to be a smoke night. To the Warner Media website.
Microphone.
Microphone.
How's Holland, Christian? How's Holland? Was that like